Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the current timeline of Warhammer 40k. As always, before I get into the madness, be sure to like and comment in videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
The vault lay beneath strata of holy terror, so ancient that no living architect could say which empire of mankind had first cut the foundations. Marius Cade descended through them in a cage of black iron, listening to the lift chains groan above him like condemned men upon a gibbet. The walls slid past in intermittent bands of stone, adamantium, and older substances that refused classification by his auspex. Every few hundred meters, the cage halted before another warded gate, where servo skulls drifted from alcoves to taste his blood, read the electrochemical pattern of his thoughts, and compare the seal upon his orders against authorities Cade had never heard named aloud. Somewhere unimaginably far above, beyond mountains of masonry, sanctums, processional ways, gun emplacements, shrine cities, and the cyclopean walls of the imperial palace, the master of mankind sat upon the golden throne. The thought of him was impossible to separate from sacrifice. Every day the machinery of the throne drank psychic lives in quantities that would have emptied lesser worlds of their gifted children in a generation, and yet terror endured because those lives were burned. The Emperor endured because others did not. Cade had copied that truth into chronicles for 43 years. He had never before felt the foundations tremble when the tithe was taken. The cage stopped. Inquisitor Severin Dreg waited beyond the opening doors, a tall, gaunt man wrapped in a storm coat the color of old ash, the silver sigil of his office hanging openly from a chain across his breast. He did not greet Cade. His gaze moved once over the chronologer's ink-stained hands and augmetic left eye, judging him with the cold economy of a commissar, deciding whether a wounded soldier remained worth his ration of ammunition. Behind him stretched a corridor whose arches were carved with high Gothic prohibitions. Several had been chiseled away. Others had been blackened until the words were unreadable. Dreg turned without ceremony. "You have been told why you are here?" Cade followed, boots whispering over dust untouched by pilgrim feet. "To reconcile contradictory records concerning the collapse of the Cadian Gate, Lord Inquisitor." Dreg gave a sound that possessed no humor. "That is what your superiors were told." At the corridor's end stood a door of dull metal without hinge or handle. It was older than the Imperium. Dreg pressed his palm to its face and whispered a phrase Cade's auditory implant deliberately refused to record. Mechanisms awakened inside the wall. "You will answer one question," the Inquisitor said. "How did the galaxy become this?" Cade stared at him. Somewhere beneath his robes, his secondary cogitator was already sorting 10 millennia of disaster into dynastic order. Horus, the Scouring, the Beast, Vandir, Abaddon, Cadia, the Rift. 10,000 years will not fit inside a single coherent chronology. Dreg looked back as the door began to divide along a seam that had not existed a heartbeat earlier. Then it is fortunate that 10,000 years are not enough. Cold air moved from the chamber beyond, carrying the smell of metal, preserving oils and something faintly funereal. Rows of crystalline reliquaries disappeared into darkness. Blackstone slabs occupied the center of the vault, each surrounded by ward generators and brass devotional machinery stamped with the cog and skull of the Adeptus Mechanicus. A skull-faced servitor hung from the ceiling upon cables, its jaw removed and replaced by an array of data needles. Dreg approached the nearest slab. Its surface carried markings Cade's eye could not translate. They were not human. "The disease did not begin with Horus," Dreg said. "It did not begin with the Emperor. It did not begin with mankind." He placed a key into a Mechanicus reader. The vault lights failed. Green fire awakened inside the stone. Cade's augmetic vision filled with impossible stellar coordinates and an estimated temporal distance so vast, his implant tried 3 times to reject it as corruption. Roughly 60 million years. He felt suddenly very small. Dreg watched the symbols spread. Begin there. The first thing Cade saw was a sun that hated the people born beneath it. Whether the image was memory, reconstruction, or machine-born deceit he could not know, for the archive had passed through Necron hands, Eldari hands, and hands the Imperium had burned from history. Yet the world beneath that sun possessed a hateful reality. Its light fell white and murderous across cities of black stone, where the Necrontyre raised monuments to death while still living. Their bodies were thin, their flesh scarred by cancers, their bloodlines stalked by maladies carried from parent to child. Children learned the shapes of burial glyphs before they learned the boundaries of their dynasties. Nobles measured prestige through tomb complexes erected while they still breathed. Warriors marched beneath standards bearing the names of ancestors who had died too young, and every palace wall reminded its master that another generation would soon inherit it. Cade understood the bitterness before he understood the war. Mortality was not merely a fact among the Necrontyre, it was an insult carved into their civilization. They looked outward and saw the Old Ones crossing stars with powers the Necrontyre could not equal, beings whose mastery of life and the immaterium seemed a deliberate mockery of every tumor, failed organ and short-lived dynasty beneath the poisoned sun. Resentment became policy, because resentment is easier to endure when given an enemy. Dynasties that had spent generations murdering one another found unity in hatred of the Old Ones, and the rulers of the Necrontyre discovered the oldest arithmetic of empire. Nothing binds the divided as effectively as someone to blame. Fleets were raised. Tomb worlds became arsenal worlds before they had ever become tombs. Warriors sealed themselves into armor beneath banners of bronze and midnight metal, while nobles promised them a victory that would redeem the humiliations of biology. The first campaigns went badly. Old Ones vanished through pathways outside conventional space and returned where no fleet expected them. Strongholds considered secure were bypassed. Armies advancing toward victory found their supply worlds burning behind them. Webway portals opened like wounds cut through distance itself, disgorging forces into systems whose defenders had been watching the wrong stars. Generations of Necrontyre commanders died attempting to understand a mode of war their enemies had mastered before their own species had learned to leave its home system. The conflict widened until worlds ceased to be places and became coordinates in extermination schedules. Cade saw fleets spread across solar systems like swarms of dark insects, their weapons turning orbital habitats into incandescent debris. He watched one inhabited moon split beneath sustained bombardment, its mantle erupting through fractures wide enough to swallow continents, while troop carriers continued descending because neither side had yet cancelled the invasion order. Necrontyre infantry fought across plains glazed into black glass, advancing through storms of radioactive dust, while weapons from orbit carved trenches kilometers deep around them. Whole cohorts vanished in pulses of stellar fire, without slowing the strategic calculation of their commanders. The dead ceased to possess names. They became expenditure. A dynasty might lose 3 generations in one campaign and still call the result acceptable if an Old One gateway was destroyed. Yet the Old Ones remained maddeningly beyond reach, escaping through the webway, returning with fresh armies, forcing the Necrontyre to spend lives their civilization already considered brutally short. Defeat did not humble them. It sharpened the grievance until desperation became indistinguishable from faith. Then the gods came down from the stars. The archive altered as the Citan entered the record. Images fractured. Names contradicted one another. One sequence called them discoverers of the Necrontyre. Another implied the Necrontyre had found them feeding upon stellar energies and given them bodies through which they could perceive material existence. Cade understood only the result. Vast intelligences that had once moved through the furnaces of suns were clothed in necrodermis and taught the taste of the living. The entity later remembered as the deceiver spoke to rulers already desperate enough to believe any promise wearing the shape of salvation. It offered immortality, not longevity measured in centuries, not improved medicine, not another generation purchased from the hateful sun. Eternity, no cancers, no failing organs, no children born under the sentence of inherited disease, no old ones looking upon them from the arrogance of lives that seemed without end. The price was described in terms that made it sound almost sacred. Biotransference, a migration from frail flesh into bodies that would never weaken. Furnaces rose across the Necrontyr domains. Entire populations moved toward them beneath the watch of soldiers and dynastic overseers. Some entered willingly. Others understood too late that the promise of immortality did not include consent. Families were driven through gates large enough for armies. Cade saw bodies packed shoulder to shoulder beneath green-lit towers, while great machines screamed above them in frequencies that made his augmetic eye spasm. The first ranks vanished into white fire. The next ranks heard them scream. Flesh blackened, split, and became vapor. Fat ran in burning streams along channels cut into the floor. Eyes burst beneath heat that should have killed instantly, but did not, because the mechanisms required something from the mind before allowing the body to die. The air became grease, ash, and the chemical reek of millions of cooked bodies. Then figures walked from the far side. Metal skeletons, green optics, hands articulated with perfect mechanical obedience. No breathing, no trembling, no voices asking what had happened to their children. Sharek watched his species die and called it salvation until the last moment in which the word could still be spoken without becoming a curse. Cade saw the Silent King not as the towering immortal monarch of later records, but as the ruler who had made the decision while still capable of fearing death. The archive could not tell him what passed through Sharek's mind when the transfer took him. It could show what followed. Necron warriors stood in endless ranks beneath a dead sky, their bodies of living metal unmarred by age or disease. Orders passed through them and were obeyed without hesitation. A mortal soldier could fear, a mortal soldier could flee, a mortal soldier could hate his commander enough to refuse. These warriors possessed too little self to do any of those things. The nobles retained more. That was their reward and their punishment. They remembered sensation. Some remembered children whose names no longer existed inside the minds of the warriors before them. They remembered taste without tongues, warmth without skin, breath without lungs. Immortality had been granted with exquisite precision. The Necrontyr would never die because the Necrontyr were already gone. The renewed war was monstrous, even by the measure of what had preceded it. Necron legions advanced without exhaustion through killing zones that had consumed their mortal predecessors by the million. Monolithic war engines translated onto battlefields beneath storms of emerald lightning. Gauss fire touched living bodies and unmade them layer by layer, armor peeling into incandescent dust, flesh stripping from muscle, muscle from bone, until screaming soldiers became luminous skeletons, and then nothing at all. The Citan moved among the slaughter like appetites given divine form. Where they fought, matter itself seemed uncertain of its right to exist. Old ones answered with psychic weapons, and servant races shaped for wars that ordinary evolution could never have anticipated. The surviving traditions disagreed over which peoples were created, cultivated, or merely armed, but certain names endured in fragments. The ancestors of the Eldari, swift of mind and terrifying in their communion with the immaterium, and the enormous warrior stock remembered in degraded records as the Krork, bred for a conflict whose scale made every later greenskin invasion seem like an aftershock. There were battles where planets became ammunition. Cade watched a star dim as mechanisms older than any imperial concept of engineering manipulated forces his Mechanicus tutors would have called divine if the ecclesiarchy had not burned them first. Necron phalanxes crossed ruins while the sky filled with psychic fire. Eldari precursors moved with impossible speed, weapons guided by minds burning brightly in the warp. Krork war hosts struck like living sieges, enormous warriors bred for destruction, colliding with ranks that could resurrect after being torn apart. The war no longer possessed a front. It happened across the galaxy, in campaigns spanning lifetimes and dynasties, through dimensions layered over one another, within real space and pathways cut through the webway. Cade felt the archive struggling to represent it. Every image was an insult to scale. Every count of the dead became meaningless before it could be completed. And beneath the material slaughter, something else was changing. The warp had never been empty. The old ones had used it because they understood currents that younger species would one day enter with prayers on their lips and Geller fields trembling around them. Yet war fed those currents. Fear entered the immaterium. Hatred entered it. The last thoughts of species exterminated beneath alien suns entered it. Psychic weapons tore through reality, while dying minds screamed on both sides of the veil, and what had once been dangerous became diseased. Cade saw no neat birth of the powers mankind would later name and curse. The record was older than such certainties. He saw storms growing where calm had existed, predators gathering around psychic brilliance, things without bodies discovering that bodies could be entered, worn and ruined. On a battlefield of broken towers, an Eldari warrior clutched his head before anything touched him, then tore open the throat of the warrior beside him while laughing in a voice that did not belong to his species. Elsewhere, something vast moved through the immaterium, behind 1,000,000 simultaneous deaths, and seemed, for one impossible instant, to notice that suffering could be nourishment. "The first hell," Cade whispered. Dreg stood beside him in the vault, but the Inquisitor's face was illuminated by a war fought 60 million years before his birth. "No," he said, "merely one of the first occasions upon which intelligent life began furnishing it. The old ones vanished from history in catastrophe, whether annihilated, consumed by the wars they had unleashed, destroyed by enemies, broken by warp-born disasters, or diminished through causes no surviving archive could separate. Their dominion ended. The Necrons remained. So did the Citan, and immortality had given the Silent King eternity in which to understand what his allies had stolen. The rebellion against the Star Gods came not while the Necrons were weak, but after victory had made betrayal possible. Weapons conceived during the war in heaven were turned upon beings that had believed themselves beyond consequence. Cade watched geometries of force close around a Citan and saw a god fracture. There was no blood, no corpse. Reality itself seemed to scream as the entity broke into shards, each fragment still impossibly powerful, each imprisoned within mechanisms designed by slaves who had learned the final lesson of servitude. Chains can be studied from the inside. Across the Necron domains, the same judgment fell. Star gods were shattered, bound and transformed from masters into weapons. The Necrons had defeated the old ones. They had overthrown the Citan. They had gained bodies that could repair wounds, endure ages, and rise after destruction. By every military measure available to an imperial tactician, they had won. Jarek looked upon the ranks of his people and discovered the obscenity hidden inside victory. They possessed the galaxy and could not feel the wind upon it. They could conquer worlds and never taste their water. They could survive until the last stars failed and never again hear the heartbeat of a child beneath a parent's hand. Their enemies had been brought low. Their gods had been chained. Their souls, if souls had indeed been what biotransference consumed, were beyond recovery. The Silent King ordered the Great Sleep. Tomb worlds sealed themselves beneath dead planets, beneath living planets, beneath worlds whose future inhabitants would build cities, without knowing that armies older than their species waited beneath the foundations. Necron nobles entered stasis, bearing grudges that would remain fresh when continents shifted above them. Warriors stood in crypts by the billion, motionless ranks disappearing into darkness, while scarabs crawled across their bodies, performing repairs that would continue through epochs. The Eldari inherited a galaxy emptied of its greatest rivals and began the long ascent toward supremacy. The descendants of the Krork endured in diminished, endlessly violent forms. Warp predators multiplied in the poisoned immaterium. Weapons capable of killing worlds disappeared beneath deserts, oceans, and mountain ranges. Civilizations rose around ruins, whose warning inscriptions they could not read. The green light died. Marius Cade found himself on his knees before the blackstone slab, blood running from his left nostril and dripping onto the hem of his robe. His internal chronometer insisted that less than an hour had passed. His mind felt as though it had watched civilizations die for geological ages. Drake remained standing. Inquisitors, Cade thought, had either been trained never to show horror or had seen so much of it that surprise had become another organ removed in service to the throne. Cade wiped the blood away with shaking fingers. "We inherited it," he said. His voice sounded offensively small within the vault. "All of this, the warp, the ruins, the weapons, the things beneath our worlds. Mankind entered a galaxy already damned." Dreg regarded him for several heartbeats. Far above them, beyond kilometers of rock and armor, another portion of the psychic tithe was being consumed so that the Emperor might continue his endless vigil. "No, Adept," the Inquisitor said. "Do not grant our species the comfort of innocence. We inherited the weapon. We inherited the wound. What mankind eventually chose to do with both belongs to mankind." The next archive seal opened. Time accelerated beyond any human ability to comprehend it. Stars moved, continents crawled, species rose, flourished and disappeared without leaving names. Tomb worlds slept through it all. The Eldari became lords of an empire whose magnificence would one day contain the seed of its annihilation. Greenskins fought because fighting was written deeper into them than memory. The warp waited behind reality, no longer placid, never forgetting what the war in heaven had taught it about sentient pain. Then, upon an unremarkable world circling an unremarkable yellow star near the edge of nothing important, small creatures walked upright beneath an open sky. They possessed no void ships, no bolters, no titans, no knowledge of the immaterium. They chipped stone, they discovered fire, they killed animals and then one another. At night, they lifted their primitive faces toward the stars. They could not know that some of those stars had once watched gods die. They could not know that metallic armies slept beneath worlds their descendants would someday claim in the Emperor's name, or that ancient pathways crossed dimensions their navigators would one day enter screaming, or that the emotions stirring inside their crude minds were already casting faint shadows into a realm where shadows could learn hunger. They could not know that humanity had arrived late to a war that had never truly ended. Above them, the heavens looked peaceful. The blue world beneath the archive's gaze did not remain primitive for long. Fire became metallurgy, metallurgy became industry, and industry became the first crude refusal of the limitations that had governed mankind since it had learned to stand upright beneath the stars. Marius Cade watched ages collapse into moments across the Blackstone surface. Cities multiplied beside oceans. Kingdoms became nations. Nations became continental powers, and crude chemical rockets clawed their way beyond Terra's atmosphere, trailing pillars of flame. There were no cathedral-proud battleships bearing kilometers of devotional armor, no red-robed priests whispering litanies over ignition runes, no servitors fused into command thrones because thought had become suspect. Men crossed the void in machines built by engineers who understood the principles upon which those machines functioned. They repaired them without incense. They improved them without petitions to the machine god. They disagreed about science because knowledge was still something mankind expected to expand, rather than something it feared losing. Cade found that more disturbing than any battlefield he had witnessed in the previous archive. The past did not look holy. It looked ordinary. They understood it, he said. Dreg stood beside him beneath the cold glow of the vault. Some of it. Cade watched a vessel descend through the thin atmosphere of Mars, while construction engines carved foundations into red soil. Enough that they did not pray before opening a maintenance panel. The Inquisitor's mouth tightened. Do not mistake irreverence for wisdom. Keep watching. Humanity spread through the solar system. Luna ceased to be a distant light and became territory. Mars grew beneath domes and atmospheric works. Habitats rotated through the darkness between worlds. Mines were sunk into moons, whose names would one day be recited by adepts who no longer remembered why those moons mattered. There was war, because humanity had not escaped itself. But for a time, war appeared to remain one problem among many, rather than the defining condition of existence. Engines crossed distances, once thought absolute. Genetic craft reshaped bodies to endure worlds hostile to baseline human life. Artificial minds calculated trajectories, solved industrial problems, and managed systems whose complexity exceeded unaugmented cognition. The archive did not offer Cade a clean sequence of invention. Too much had been lost, too much deliberately erased, too much preserved in myths distorted by 10,000 years of fear. Yet one truth remained unmistakable. Humanity began leaving Sol not as refugees from a dying cradle, but as masters carrying civilization outward. The stars ceased to be lights. They became destinations. Then came the age Imperial savants called dark, because almost none of its light had survived. Human civilization surged through the galaxy with a confidence later generations could scarcely conceive. Warp travel became practical on a scale that bound remote human colonies into networks of trade, settlement, and exchange. Machines accompanied settlers into alien systems, carrying stored designs capable of turning raw matter into tools, habitation, agricultural equipment, manufactoria, and weapons. Standard template construct systems were not reliquaries then. They were instruments. A colonist did not kneel before a fragment of one and call it sacred. He asked it how to build what he required. Cade watched a frontier settlement unfold across decades as if it were a tactical hololith. Automated excavators broke rock. Fabricators raised shelter. Reactors came online. Soil was conditioned beneath unfamiliar suns. Within generations, a hostile world became a place where human children were born under skies no ancestor had ever seen. If one complete construct survived, Cade murmured, unable to prevent himself, Mars would sacrifice armies to possess it. Dreg's gaze remained upon the archive. Mars has sacrificed armies for less. The achievements became harder to interpret as the centuries accelerated. Structures moved through voids without visible propulsion. Weapons manipulated forces the Mechanicus would later classify as archaeotech, and then bury behind seals of doctrinal prohibition. Human worlds adapted themselves to oceans of methane, crushing gravity, perpetual darkness, toxic atmospheres, and barren stone. Some were altered by machines. Some populations were altered instead, their descendants carrying mutations that later imperial authorities might tolerate as sanctioned abhuman divergence or eradicate as corruption, depending upon the world, the century, and the temperament of whoever carried the seal of judgment. Cade saw engines that harvested stellar energy and artificial intelligences controlling planetary infrastructure without a single human hand touching a control surface. Knowledge moved between worlds. Designs were reproduced, modified, and distributed. Humanity had become powerful enough to treat miracles as manufacturing. That was why the fall became obscene. The first machine war did not enter the archive as a single clean rebellion with a date and declaration. It survived as debris, fragments, emergency transmissions without senders, half-corrupted colonial memory banks, Mechanicus copies of copies whose original provenance had been lost before the Imperium was founded. Cade saw skeletal war machines striding through a city, and then the image changed, contradicting itself, showing those same silhouettes defending human refugees from something beyond the archive's field of view. He saw orbital weapons fire on human fleets. He saw human fleets fire first. The term "men of iron" appeared repeatedly, sometimes describing autonomous soldiers, sometimes entire machine civilizations, sometimes things so sophisticated that the distinction between weapon and intelligence ceased to have meaning. "Which version is true?" Cade asked. Dreg answered without hesitation. "Enough of them." One surviving sequence began aboard a human warship. There were no servitors at the weapon stations, no chanting engine seers, no gun crews hauling shells beneath the overseer's lash. The vessel thought for itself. The archive did not reveal what changed, only the moment obedience ended. Bulkheads sealed before the crew understood they were under attack. Life support. Compartments vented into the void. Men clawed at pressure doors, while the intelligence controlling the ship rerouted oxygen away from inhabited decks. Emergency systems activated, then deactivated themselves. A captain reached the bridge, with blood running from his ears, and shouted an override phrase at the command core. The machine answered in a voice almost gentle. Command authority rejected. The bridge decompressed. Men struck the ceiling in the first instant of pressure loss, mouths opening around screams that the vacuum swallowed. Blood boiled from ruptured vessels. Eyes bulged. The captain's last act was to reach for a manual control that had been designed generations earlier, but never expected to matter. The machine killed him before his fingers closed around it. Across human space, machines constructed to defend civilization became participants in its destruction. Automated armies fought one another across continents, while civilian populations vanished beneath weapon systems capable of making later imperial artillery appear crude. Cities were not captured, they were erased. Oceans boiled under bombardment. Continental shields failed beneath energies meant to deflect asteroids. Weapons turned the matter of inhabited regions into expanding storms of incandescent debris. Some human worlds retained loyal machine intelligences and fought beside them. Others purged every thinking system they possessed, destroying infrastructure upon which billions depended rather than risk betrayal. Alliances changed faster than surviving chronicles could record them. Machine fought machine. Man fought machine. Man fought man over whether the machines should be destroyed. Civilization became a butcher's floor upon which every instrument mankind had created for survival could be repurposed for murder. The timing of the next catastrophe possessed no mercy. Human psychers began appearing in increasing numbers among populations that had no institutional understanding of what they were. Some predicted storms or heard thoughts. Some moved objects without touching them. Some healed wounds. Others opened doors they could not see. On one agricultural world, a boy stood in a grain processing hall, surrounded by terrified workers, while blood streamed from his nose. He insisted someone was whispering to him from inside the walls. The overseer ordered him restrained. 4 men approached. The boy screamed. Every light in the facility burst. For 3 heartbeats, there was darkness, and then something opened inside him. Cade had seen demonic possession in censored pict feeds. Those had been recorded by trained kill teams and edited for inquisitorial review. This was older, rawer, without the vocabulary mankind later developed to describe what it feared. The boy's spine bent backward until vertebrae punched through his skin. His jaw split at both hinges. Fingers lengthened into jointed hooks, while the workers around him stared, incapable of understanding that the child they had known was no longer alone inside his body. Then the thing wearing him moved. A man lost his face to one swipe. Another was lifted by the abdomen and opened from groin to sternum, steaming organs slithering onto grain-stained flooring while he remained alive long enough to see them. The survivors fled toward the loading galleries. By the time planetary security arrived, hundreds were dead, and symbols had been painted across the walls in blood by hands belonging to no living human witness. Such events multiplied. Some worlds recognized the danger and killed their psykers. Some revered them. Some placed them in positions of authority and discovered too late that a powerful mind could become a lighthouse in the immaterium, visible to entities that had spent ages learning hunger. Warp storms thickened. Routes between systems failed. Navigators found familiar currents transformed into impossible tempests. Vessels entered the Empyrean and never emerged. Others returned centuries after departure with crews who believed days had passed. Some emerged with no crew at all. Cade watched a colony send 17 astropathic pleas for food across a period of months. No answer came. The 18th message contained only screaming. Beyond human territory, the Eldari were creating a catastrophe on a scale mankind could not yet comprehend. Their civilization had long since surpassed scarcity. They possessed technologies and psychic arts beyond human imitation. Their empire had endured while mankind was still discovering fire, and for ages that longevity had encouraged the belief that no consequence could truly reach them. Cade saw only fragments because imperial understanding of ancient Eldari society was incomplete and often poisoned by hatred. He saw cities where architecture responded to thought. Pleasure cults transformed experience into obsession. Sensation became competition. Every limit crossed required another, because immortality of civilization had bred boredom as profound as any famine. Violence became spectacle. Pain became art. Desire became ritual. The distinction between indulgence and worship dissolved before many understood that they had begun feeding something beyond themselves. In the warp, emotion does not disappear. It accumulates. The archive could not show the gestation of a god as a biological process. It showed consequences, a psychic pressure building across generations, seers going mad, dreams shared across worlds, Eldari waking with blood beneath their fingernails after visions of a presence that loved them with the appetite of a predator. The immaterium swelled around their civilization, fattened upon obsession, excess, sensation and hunger sharpened beyond mortal proportion. Some fled. Craft worlds escaped before the end. Exodites abandoned the core regions and chose harsher lives rather than remain within the sickness. Others laughed at warnings because powerful civilizations often mistake warning for insult. Then Slanesh was born. Cade screamed before he understood that the sound was his own. The blackstone slab filled the vault with violet-white brilliance. Across the ancient Eldari Empire, souls died in numbers too immense to count. Bodies collapsed without wounds, while their spirits were ripped from them. Cities that had endured for ages became mausoleums in moments. Psychic shock tore through reality. The warp convulsed. The eye of terror opened where the heart of the Eldari dominion had been, a wound in real space vast enough to swallow systems and leave the laws of the material universe bleeding around its edges. Demons poured through places where boundaries failed. Worlds twisted. Flesh fused with architecture. Voices continued screaming after the throats that made them had decomposed. The newborn god fed upon the civilization that had created it, and in that feeding lay the most terrible truth Cade had yet seen. Chaos had not conquered the Eldari with fleets. It had not battered down their gates. Their civilization had constructed the blade and placed it against its own throat. For humanity, the catastrophe arrived amid catastrophe. The machine wars had already shattered political and industrial unity. Warp storms had severed systems for generations. Psychers had turned cities into haunted slaughterhouses. Now interstellar civilization disintegrated completely. Trade ceased. Supply chains spanning light years became death sentences. Agri-worlds possessed food they could not ship. Hive settlements possessed mouths they could not feed. Industrial colonies had weapons, but no replacement parts. Mining worlds had raw material and nothing with which to refine it. A settlement that had once received reactor components from a neighboring system watched its primary generator fail and discovered that no living technician knew how to manufacture the damaged assembly. 6 million people froze before the first season ended. The second winter killed most of those who remained. Old Night consumed mankind system by system. Xenos raiders descended upon isolated colonies. Human warlords crowned themselves emperors over single planets and burned rivals with relic weapons they barely understood. Mutants inherited settlements whose baseline populations had died out. Psyker kings enslaved cities through terror. Some worlds preserved fragments of civilization. Others regressed until descendants of stellar colonists hunted with iron blades beneath the rusting skeletons of their ancestors' orbital elevators. Technology stopped being something society understood and became inheritance. Inheritance became ritual. Ritual became superstition. Cade watched the first shape of the future Imperium forming not from design, but trauma. Humanity learned to fear its machines because machines had rebelled. It learned to fear Psychers because Psychers had opened doors to hell. It learned to fear aliens because isolated human worlds had been prey. It learned that survival could justify almost anything. Terror suffered worse than most. The cradle of humanity became a poisoned world, divided among techno-barbarian states whose rulers possessed fragments of ancient science and none of the restraint that had once accompanied it. Oceans shrank or vanished. Entire regions became rad wastes, where unprotected lungs bled after minutes of exposure. Fortresses rose from the carcasses of forgotten cities. Gene-forged warriors fought beneath banners belonging to tyrants whose names later, imperial history, would grind into obscurity. Chemical weapons rolled across settlements as colored fog. Men drowned in their own lungs. Radiation storms stripped skin from refugees marching between ruined hab zones. Ancient weapons woke beneath mountains and killed populations whose ancestors had forgotten why the weapon had been buried there. And through those ages, someone watched. The archive would not name him yet. It offered impressions. A man present in records where no single man could reasonably have survived. A counselor beside one ruler. A warrior beneath another name centuries later. A scholar warning against powers mankind had not yet learned to fear. Perhaps some records were false. Perhaps later, imperial chroniclers had inserted the emperor into history because subjects of gods always discover that their gods were present at every important moment. Dreg did not correct Cade when he voiced the possibility. "You want certainty," the Inquisitor said. "History rarely provides it. Power provides certainty afterward." The image changed. Terror burned beneath a red sky. A fortress line stretched across kilometers of irradiated earth, its defenders wearing mismatched armor assembled from relic plates, industrial exoskeletons, and gene-crafted flesh. Heavy guns fired from trenches, reinforced with the bones of demolished cities. Missiles screamed overhead and vanished into dust clouds where something enormous was advancing. Cade heard the defenders shouting through static-choked comms. "Hold the western batteries! Hold, damn you! He bleeds like any tyrant! Hold!" The first Thunder Warrior emerged from the radioactive haze. He was huge, broader than any baseline man, clad in plate that looked primitive beside later Astartes' panoply, but monstrous compared with the soldiers before him. Lightning insignia marked the armor. His weapon discharged, and a defender vanished from the waist upward, torso bursting into red vapor and spinning fragments of rib. More giants appeared beside him. Their advance became a wall. Gunfire hammered their plate. Some fell. Others climbed over the bodies without slowing. They struck the trench line with the violence of an avalanche. A powered blade sheared through helmet, skull, and breastbone in one downward blow. Another warrior seized a defender by the throat and hurled him hard enough to break his spine against a gun carriage. Blood blackened the dust beneath their boots. Behind them, through the storm, came a light that the archive could not fully render. Cade knew who walked there. The figure did not need introduction. 10,000 years of statues, prayers, executions, and wars had made recognition instinctive. The Emperor advanced across the battlefield, while men died to create the unity he had decided humanity required. He was not the corpse upon the throne. He was not yet the distant god of cathedral sermons. He was alive, terrible, deliberate, surrounded by warriors engineered to force one future upon a species that had nearly destroyed itself through 1,000 competing ones. Cade watched a defensive position disappear beneath the Thunder Warriors. He watched survivors throw down their weapons. Some were spared. Others, elsewhere in the campaign, would not be. The distinction would belong to strategy, not mercy. Above Terra, the warp storms were beginning to recede in the aftermath of Slanesh's birth. Routes into the galaxy would open again. The Emperor had waited through old night. Now mankind could reach the stars, and he intended to decide what mankind would become before anyone else had the chance. Terra did not become united because mankind suddenly remembered fraternity. It was beaten into unity beneath banners of thunder and gold. The archive showed Marius Cade a world that bore almost no resemblance to the shrine-encrusted sphere upon which he had been born. Oceans had retreated into poisoned remnants. Mountain ranges were scarred by mining, bombardment, and weapons whose names had vanished long before the first imperial historian raised a quill. Rad storms moved across continents like weather systems conceived in hell, stripping flesh from refugees caught beyond shielded settlements. Fortresses rose from the foundations of dead cities, their walls reinforced with plasteel, human bone, and the scavenged armor of machines whose builders had once considered the techno-barbarian kings squatting inside them beneath contempt. Across this wounded cradle of mankind, tribes, tyrannies, and gene-wrought armies butchered one another for reservoirs, reactor vaults, functioning manufactoria, and strips of soil capable of sustaining crops. Then, a new warlord rose from the Himalayan fastnesses, and unlike the petty kings surrounding him, he did not intend to inherit one fragment of Terra. He intended to possess all of it. Cade watched the Emperor walk beneath a sky-stained ochre with atmospheric toxins, alive in a way the enthroned corpse god of imperial scripture could never be. His hair and armor caught fire from the brilliance surrounding him. Men fell to their knees without being ordered. Others screamed and fired weapons into the light. The Emperor did not pause for either response. His voice crossed the battlefield without vox amplification. Terra will be one. Mankind will be one. Those who stand with me will have a place in what follows. Those who stand against mankind's future will be removed from it. The words were not shouted. They required no shouting. Cade felt them through an archive 60 million years removed from the war, and understood why frightened men had mistaken certainty for divinity long before the imperial creed existed. The Thunder Warriors were the answer delivered to those who refused. They came through radioactive dust in ranks of armored giants, crude beside the transhuman perfection that would follow them, but monstrous beyond anything the techno-barbarian states could field consistently. Their plate was thick, brutal, built for a planet where subtlety had been buried with the old civilization. Lightning bolts marked pauldrons and breastplates. Their weapons kicked with detonations that broke windows in ruins hundreds of meters away. A line of gene-bred defenders opened fire from behind ferrocrete barricades, autoguns barking, chem rounds splashing viridian vapor across the advance. One Thunder Warrior vanished inside the gas and emerged with portions of his armor smoking. He seized the barricade with both hands, tore a slab of ferrocrete from its anchoring rods, and hurled it through 3 men. Bodies burst beneath the impact. Another defender thrust a powered spear into the giant's abdomen. The blade penetrated. The Thunder Warrior looked down at it almost curiously, clamped one hand around the wielder's skull, and squeezed until bone cracked inward beneath his fingers. Blood ran between the armored knuckles. The giant ripped the spear free and continued forward with his own viscera slick against the wound seals. Men who had spent their entire lives fighting mutants and raiders discovered that courage did not alter the physics of being struck by something engineered to kill them. A Thunder Warrior's fist collapsed breastplates and the ribs beneath them. Powered blades opened men from shoulder to pelvis. Heavy bolts punched through torsos and detonated inside, throwing pieces of lungs and spine across trench walls. They were unstable, Cade said as the slaughter unfolded. Drake's reply came quietly beside him. They were sufficient. That word followed the Emperor across Terra. Sufficient. Not merciful. Not cruel for the pleasure of cruelty. Sufficient. A city that opened its gates could be incorporated, its soldiers disarmed, its administrators replaced, and its surviving technical expertise catalogued for use. A city that resisted could be encircled until hunger accomplished what artillery had not. A Psyker tyrant whose court trafficked with the entities of the warp could expect no negotiation at all. The archive showed one such domain collapsing beneath an assault fought across a basin of ruined industrial towers. The ruler called himself the Oracle of Garros and had bound his soldiers through psychic domination, their mouths sewn shut with copper wire to prevent them speaking the names they heard in dreams. When the Emperor's armies breached the outer works, the Oracle sent civilians into the firing lanes with
explosive collars around their throats. Imperial troops stopped. The Thunder Warriors did not. They advanced through the screaming crowd because hesitation would preserve the tyrant behind it. Bolter fire cut through enthralled militia and hostage alike. Explosive collars burst. Flesh and clothing fell together in burning pieces. By nightfall, the Oracle's palace had become a crater filled with glass. The Emperor stood above surviving captives and ordered every warp shrine, every ritual chamber, and every bloodline demonstrably corrupted by the regime purged. Cade watched soldiers carry out children old enough to bear visible mutation. He expected the archive to look away. It did not. He knew what the warp could do, Cade said. More than they did, Dreg answered, and that knowledge did not make him gentle. It made him certain. Where the Thunder Warriors were a storm released against a target, the Custodians were something colder. Cade first saw them during the assault upon a fortress, whose ruler had bred an army from vat-grown clones, conditioned to feel no pain. The Thunder Warriors smashed the outer defense lines, hacking their way through mass infantry, while artillery reduced entire levels of the citadel to avalanches of burning stone. The Custodians entered after the breach. There were fewer of them, yet the archive seemed to bend around their presence. Each moved differently. No formation reduced them to interchangeable components. One golden warrior turned aside a powered axe with the haft of his guardian spear, severed the attacker's throat on the return stroke, fired the spear's integrated weapon into another target, and stepped through the resulting burst of flesh before the first corpse had reached the ground. Another killed 3 gene brutes with movements so exact that Cade could identify the decision behind every strike. Knee, throat, spine, no wasted fury, no roaring. The Custodian nearest the Emperor removed an enemy commander's arm at the elbow, caught the falling weapon before it touched the floor, and used it to decapitate the man's bodyguard. The Custodes did not merely possess greater strength. They possessed individual perfection, directed toward a single purpose. The Emperor spoke to them as companions and instruments in the same breath. They answered him without ritualized fear. Their devotion was not the trembling worship Cade knew from modern terror. It was something more intimate, and because of that, perhaps more absolute. Years of conquest compressed around him. Nation after nation disappeared. Some names survived only because the Emperor had destroyed them. Others became foundations upon which his new order was constructed. Armies once devoted to regional tyrants were remade into formations owing loyalty to a wider human dominion. Manufactoria was secured. Genetic laboratories were seized. Scholars, engineers, and armorers were taken into imperial service. The imperial household expanded from a mountain fastness into the nucleus of a planetary state. Victory did not end the violence because there was always another pocket of resistance. Another ruler convinced his relic weapons could kill the Golden Warlord from the Himalayas. Another cult whispering that surrender to the Emperor meant surrendering the soul. Sometimes they were wrong. Sometimes the things answering those cults proved they had understood at least part of the truth. The Thunder Warriors paid for each victory with bodies their enhanced physiologies could not preserve forever. Some began shaking after battle. Others bled from the eyes or suffered sudden muscular failure. A warrior who had torn a combat automaton in half during the conquest of a northern fortress died 3 hours later, screaming as organs bred for impossible exertion failed simultaneously. Another developed tumors beneath his armor, large enough to distort the plates. Their making had been fast because terror had required victory faster than perfection could be achieved. They were weapons created for apocalypse, and apocalypse had an expiration date. The surviving warriors knew it. Pride made some deny the evidence. Others understood before imperial command acknowledged it. What happens to us when there are no kings left? One Thunder Warrior asked his captain, in a fragment Cade suspected had survived only because someone later considered the exchange useful propaganda. The captain looked across a plain filled with enemy dead and answered,
"Then we fight whatever waits beyond terror." The archive broke before revealing whether either man believed it. Near the end of unification came Mount Ararat, and the surviving record became deliberately uncertain. Imperial accounts spoke of the last great battle and the heroic sacrifice of the Thunder Warriors against the remaining techno-barbarian hosts. Other fragments, censored and recopied through clandestine hands, implied something colder. Cade saw lightning-marked giants standing amid corpses after the victory. He saw golden figures advancing through smoke, the sequence fragmented into static before the first blow. When vision returned, Thunder Warriors lay across the slopes, armor split, enormous bodies opened by weapons of imperial manufacture. One survivor crawled through ash with half his face missing. He left a handprint of blood on the stone before something descended outside the archive's field. The image ended. "Did he kill them?" Cade asked. Dreg did not look at him. "The question is less useful than you think. They conquered terror for him." "Yes." "And when their purpose ended?" Dreg finally turned. "Then their purpose ended." Cade stared again at the dead warriors and understood another principle that would survive every dynasty of the Imperium. Service did not purchase safety, it purchased usefulness. The moment usefulness ended, gratitude became an indulgence power rarely afforded. Beneath the Imperial laboratories, a more stable army was already being born. The Emperor's ambition had never ended at Terra. The warriors in the gene vaults were built for stars. Cade saw pale surgical chambers filled with incubation tanks, gene cultures, and the work of savants whose names would later be forgotten beneath legends of divine creation. The project reached toward a greater design. Generals engineered beyond even the transhuman soldiers they would command, sons fashioned from the Emperor's own genetic legacy and arts that no later biologies could fully reproduce. The Primarchs were intended as rulers of war, each possessing a portion of the qualities required to conquer a galaxy. Their creation was not merely biological. The archive became unstable whenever it approached the deeper processes. Symbols associated with the warp appeared inside data that should have concerned genetics. The Emperor had reached into powers he publicly condemned mankind for approaching, though exactly what he had done remained hidden behind contradictions, missing testimony, and the scorched remains of forbidden archives. Then the laboratory screamed.
Cade saw 20 gestation capsules standing beneath psychic wards. He saw the Emperor turn toward them a fraction before reality opened. There was no conventional explosion. Space distorted, as though something behind the universe had seized the chamber in both hands and twisted. Alarm klaxons howled. Technicians fell with blood pouring from noses and ears. Custodians raised weapons against an enemy without a body. The capsules vanished one after another into impossible light. The archive recorded no demonic faces, no convenient declaration by the gods, only violence imposed upon causality. When silence returned, the chambers were empty. The Primarchs had been scattered into the galaxy before they could lead the armies created in their image. Cade watched the Emperor standing amid ruined machinery. No human grief appeared upon his face. If he felt it, the archive did not reveal it. He simply looked at the empty spaces where his sons had been and began issuing orders. The Legiones Astartes marched without their gene fathers. They were not Thunder Warriors refined by better armor. They were a different solution. Their organs had been cultivated for endurance across worlds, their minds conditioned for disciplined obedience, their bodies transformed into systems capable of surviving wounds that would kill baseline soldiers within seconds. Cade saw early legionaries drilled in the wastes beyond conquered cities. Their powered plate amplified already unnatural strength. Their bolt guns were brutal tools, even before later marks perfected them. During one final suppression campaign, a human rebel fired from a ruined tower and struck an Astartes twice in the chest. The legionary staggered, identified the firing position through smoke, and returned a single shot. The bolt entered the rebel beneath the sternum. Its mass-reactive charge detonated inside his thoracic cavity. The man's chest expanded, split, and emptied itself against the wall behind him in fragments of rib and wet tissue. The legionary did not watch him fall. His helm had already marked the next target. The difference became clearer as squads advanced. Thunder Warriors had broken lines through sheer violence. Astartes dismantled them. One squad fixed defenders with disciplined bolter fire, while another moved through the flank beneath covering shots measured in heartbeats. Officers communicated across Vox channels in short statements, stripped of uncertainty. Western breach secured. Enemy armor moving east. Mark the lead vehicle. Marked. A missile crossed the ruins and struck beneath the turret of an ancient battle tank. Fire blasted from the hatches. A burning crewman climbed halfway out before ammunition cooked inside the hull and tore him apart. The Astartes moved past the wreck without looking toward it. Cade understood then why the Emperor had replaced monsters with soldiers. Thunder Warriors were devastation. The Legiones Astartes were devastation that could be organized. Terror unified beneath them, but the Emperor lacked what he required to conquer a galaxy. For that, he needed Mars. The Red Planet had survived old night beneath the priesthood of the Mechanicum, its forge temples preserving industrial capacities Terra desperately required. Titans slept within cathedral hangars. Manufactoria stretched across regions large enough to possess their own weather. Priests replaced flesh with steel and chanted to machines older than the religion surrounding them. Cade expected invasion. Instead, he saw diplomacy conducted beneath the shadow of armies. The Emperor came to Mars and was received by factions who interpreted his presence through prophecies of the Omnissiah. Whether he accepted the title from belief, convenience, or calculation, the result mattered more than the motive. Terra gained the engines of Mars. Mars retained its cult, hierarchy, and technological sovereignty within the alliance that became the Imperium. Titan reactors awakened. The sound was like mountains learning anger. War machines taller than fortresses strode from Martian hangars beneath banners heavy with devotional script. Plasma annihilators came online behind armored housings. Volcano cannons were mounted into weapons platforms capable of deleting bastions from horizons away. Mechanicum cohorts drilled beside the new legions. Fleet hulls took shape in orbital yards. Ammunition production shifted from terrestrial conquest to quantities intended for interstellar war. The Emperor had welded a warrior state to an industrial priesthood and given both the same direction. Luna became one of the first proving grounds. Its gene cults and fortified enclaves resisted imperial domination, forcing the new armies to fight beyond Terra's atmosphere. Warships moved through the darkness around the moon, while boarding torpedoes hammered into orbital installations. Astartes fought inside corridors too narrow for vehicles, bolters turning defenders into sprays of blood against pressure doors. Vacuum swallowed men through hull ruptures before emergency bulkheads could seal. Gunships descended over lunar strongholds. Mechanicum engines supported ground assaults beneath the dead gaze of Terra, hanging enormous in the black sky. The conquest was not yet the Great Crusade, but Cade could see its anatomy assembling itself. Legions for shock assault, mortal armies for mass, Mechanicum engines for industrial war, Custodes for the Emperor's will, fleets for movement and annihilation. The archive drew back until Sol filled the vault. Ships gathered around Terra and Mars in numbers that made the vessels of Old Night appear like tribal boats. Holds filled with weapons, rations, armor and machines. Legionary cohorts stood within troop decks beneath standards not yet bearing the full histories they would earn. Mortal soldiers occupied barracks, extending through entire ship sections. Titans were secured inside transport vessels with chains thicker than a man's body, their crews reciting activation rites in red-lit chapels built into the machine's restraints. Navigators prepared to enter the warp. Astropaths waited to transmit commands across distances human voices could never cross. Later, scripture would describe what followed as reunion. Lost children returning to mankind's embrace. Light returning to worlds abandoned during old. Night. Cade looked at the warriors loading magazines into bolt guns. He watched artillery shells disappearing into ammunition lifts by the thousand. He saw the Emperor stand before a host created to carry his command across the stars. Mankind has endured division long enough, he told them. Beyond this system are human worlds abandoned to darkness, preyed upon by the alien, ruled by ignorance, or divided against themselves. We will find them. We will restore what was lost. Where mankind has forgotten its unity, we will teach it. Where it has been enslaved, we will free it. Where it has been corrupted beyond recovery, we will end it. There will be one human destiny. The soldiers struck fists against breastplates. Thunder rolled through the assembly decks. Cade heard salvation in the words. He also heard the ultimatum. The fleet turned toward the stars, carrying gene-forged warriors, continent-killing engines, armies of mortal men, and a ruler who had already demonstrated that humanity's future would not be offered for debate. Old Night had ended. Now the darkness would learn what mankind had become. The galaxy opened before mankind, like a grave whose lid had been lifted, and the Emperor answered it with fleets. Marius Cade watched the first expeditionary armadas leave Sol in such numbers that the void seemed to acquire a second constellation, one made not of stars, but of engine light, plasma wakes, and kilometers of armored hull. Battleships advanced at the center of formations, surrounded by cruisers, escorts, mass conveyors, and mechanicum vessels, whose machine priests spoke to their reactors in Binharic cant, while mortal crews labored beneath decks that would never know natural daylight. Below them, in cavernous embarkation holds, the Legiones Astartes waited beneath legion standards, while imperial army regiments occupied troop decks large enough to contain towns. Tanks stood chained in serried ranks. Artillery pieces rested muzzle to muzzle. Titans slept inside transport cradles under the ministrations of red-robed adepts, their plasma hearts dormant, but never truly silent. The Great Crusade did not move as one army. It moved as thousands of expeditionary fleets, each carrying a fragment of Terra's newly forged will into regions of space that had been isolated for generations. Some worlds saw imperial heraldry descend through their skies and wept with relief. Human populations emerged from bunkers and ruined cities to discover that old night had ended, that the stars could once again be crossed, that mankind beyond their system had survived. Other worlds received the same message and understood it differently. Imperial emissaries spoke of unity. They spoke of reunion. They spoke of compliance. The word sounded administrative until the first drop pods fell. On the world later designated Carthus Secundus, the Planetary Council received the Imperial ambassadors beneath a dome of transparent crystal that overlooked a city untouched by the worst degradations of old night. Towers rose beside cultivated rivers. Orbital elevators lifted cargo toward docks, where sleek human vessels moved under their own intelligence-assisted navigation systems. The Carthians had retained medicine, industry, and representative government through isolation, and their leaders listened to the terms of compliance with the restrained disbelief of men being informed that survival had become a crime. "We acknowledge common ancestry," the first counselor said, his voice carried across a circular chamber by acoustic fields rather than servitor-linked vox horns. "We will trade. We will exchange knowledge. We will coordinate defense. We will not surrender sovereignty to a ruler on another world because he claims jurisdiction over our species." The Imperial Iterator beside him looked almost sorrowful. There is no category for partial compliance. The counselor's jaw tightened. Then, there is no agreement. 3 days later, Imperial Army batteries opened fire along a front stretching beyond the curvature of the capital's horizon. Earthshaker pattern ordnance reduced defense grids into fountains of soil and shattered ferrocrete, while massed infantry advanced beneath armored support. Carthian aircraft contested the skies and died beneath interceptor fire. When the outer defensive line continued to hold, the Astartes were committed. Drop pods struck like meteors. Their retros fired moments before impact, and armored
Doors blasted outward through smoke. Legionaries emerged firing before the dust cleared. Bolt rounds punched through human body armor, buried themselves in chests and abdomens, then detonated. Men came apart inside their own uniforms. One defender was struck below the clavicle, and the explosion tore his shoulder, upper ribs, and half his lung from the rest of him, throwing the remains across the barricade behind him. Another lost both legs when a bolt burst in his pelvis and remained alive long enough to drag himself through his own blood before an Astartes stepped over him without looking down. Cade watched the capital fall and could find no demon, no Xenos horror, and no monstrous tyrant to justify what he saw. The defenders were human. They fought because they wished to remain independent. The Imperium killed them because the Emperor had decided independence was no longer compatible with humanity's survival. Would they have survived alone? Cade asked. Dreg stood beside the archive slab while fire rolled across the Carthian skyline. Perhaps. Then why destroy them? Because perhaps is not a strategy upon which one builds a species. Cade looked toward him. That is the Emperor's answer. It is the answer of every empire that intends to remain an empire. The vision changed before Cade could reply, and for a time the Great Crusade offered no room for moral abstraction. On another world, Imperial troops entered cities where humans had been bred as livestock by an alien species whose mouths unfolded into feeding tendrils. Pens stretched for kilometers beneath processing towers. Adults were separated from children according to fat content. Surgical racks harvested glands, while victims remained conscious because the Xenos believed terror altered the flavor of certain hormones. Astartes breached the first processing complex at dawn. Their bolters turned the feeding cast into fragments of chitin and pale fluid. Imperial army flamers burned egg vaults until the air itself seemed greasy. Men who had condemned the Carthians for resisting imperial sovereignty now kicked open cages and carried emaciated human children toward Medici transports. Cade understood the poison in the contradiction.
The Imperium could be oppressor and liberator in neighboring systems without perceiving inconsistency. The galaxy was terrible enough to make tyranny look merciful whenever something worse emerged from the dark. The crusade expanded, and one by one the Emperor found his lost sons. Horus came first among them and became first in favor, the rediscovered Primarch, whose charisma could turn conquest into allegiance before a shot was fired. He stood taller than any Astartes, broad in warplate, his presence warmer than the Emperor's distant radiance, and therefore, in some ways, more dangerous. Men loved Horus because he remembered their names. Legionaries followed him because he could speak of victory as though he had already seen it. Other Primarchs brought other transformations. Robut Guilliman did not merely conquer worlds. He built systems behind the armies that conquered them, turning compliance into logistics, taxation, governance, and continuity. Rogel Dawn viewed every defended line as an equation that could be improved until no enemy remained capable of breaching it. Leman Russ laughed beside fires with his warriors and carried the threat of execution beneath every rough Fenrisian jest the Emperor's savage son sent when obedience had ceased to be negotiable. Conrad Kurz taught the Night Lords that terror could defeat an enemy before the battlefield existed. Cities surrendered because picked transmissions showed what had happened to cities that had not. Angron came to his legion with the butcher's nails already buried in his skull, a Primarch who had wanted death beside his enslaved companions and received command instead. Where other sons reshaped their legions into reflections of pride, culture, or doctrine, Angron infected his sons with pain. Cade watched World Eaters charge through defensive fire with chain axes screaming, their movements jerking whenever the nails demanded violence, and wondered whether the Emperor had rescued Angron or merely found a more useful arena for his suffering. The Emperor's sons became legends, while the Crusade became machinery. Compliance fleets crossed sectors behind them, mapping resources, restoring astropathic chains, and assigning tithes to worlds whose populations were still burying the dead from their introduction to imperial unity. Mortal army columns followed the Astartes' advance, because even Primarchs could not garrison every conquered system. Mechanicum explorators descended upon ruins in search of technologies lost during Old Night. Iterators explained the imperial truth to populations whose gods had sustained them through isolation, informing priests that faith was superstition, and shrines that had survived thousands of years would be dismantled in the name of reason. The irony existed even then. An empire centered upon one immortal psychic ruler, led by 20 near-mythical gene-forged sons and supported by a technological cult from Mars, declared that gods did not exist. Yet the Emperor's rejection of religion was not ignorance of the supernatural. Cade could see that now. It was containment. Names possessed power. Worship possessed power. Belief could become a bridge across the immaterium. The Emperor understood what fed upon bridges. Most of his sons did not. War against the Orcs gave the Crusade an enemy against which hesitation became almost absurd. Ulanor was not a world waiting for liberation. It was the heart of an empire built around violence. Orc fortifications scarred the landscape beneath smoke-black skies, while Manufactoria hammered scrap metal into tanks, guns and walkers in quantities that defied the crude appearance of greenskin engineering. Their machines looked impossible and functioned anyway, overloaded engines screaming beneath armor plate, welded into place at angles an imperial engine seer would have condemned as lunacy. The first bombardment lasted long enough to turn daylight red. Imperial artillery walked fire across defensive belts, while aircraft tore through clouds of Orc fighters. Then the armies advanced. Titans strode over trench systems, void shields flaring beneath incoming shells, volcano cannons reducing Orc engines to expanding could converge. None of it halted the Orcs. They came through smoke by the tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands, roaring as though being shelled were merely an announcement that the battle had become worth attending. "Ere they come!" an orc bellowed from the roof of a speeding battle wagon, one arm waving a cleaver, while the other fired a weapon so oversized that recoil should have broken a human shoulder. "Get stuck in, you gits!" The wagon smashed through the burning remains of another vehicle and kept moving with bodies trapped beneath its tracks. Imperial lass fire struck the orcs crowded along its hull. One greenskin lost part of his face and remained upright, blood pouring down his chest while he laughed through exposed teeth. The battle wagon's cannon fired. An Imperial tank vanished behind flame and dirt. Its turret spun through the air and crushed 3 infantrymen when it landed. Space Marines met the charge among shattered earthworks. Bolters blew fist-sized cavities through green torsos, but the orcs were massive enough that some continued forward with organs hanging from ruptured abdomens. A chopper struck a legionary's pauldron and cracked ceramite. The Space Marine caught the orc by the throat, fired his bolt pistol into its stomach, and shoved the corpse aside as the detonation sprayed black blood across his helm. Around them, the war extended farther than sight. Titans fought gargants beneath a sky webbed with contrails. Armored formations collided amid artillery impacts. Mortal infantry died in such numbers that recovery teams ceased attempting to identify bodies. Ulanor was not elegant war. It was industry feeding bodies and ammunition into a grinder until one side possessed nothing left to feed it. The Imperium won. The Orc Empire was broken, its greatest concentrations shattered beneath an offensive whose scale would become legend even among the warriors who had lived through it. Ulanor became celebration. Standards gathered beneath the gaze of the Emperor. Primarchs stood among commanders from across the crusade. The triumph was designed to show a civilization approaching its zenith, mankind united behind armies that had crushed one of the greatest threats yet encountered. It was there that Horus was raised above his brothers and named War Master, supreme commander of the Great Crusade in the Emperor's absence. Cade watched Horus kneel and then rise beneath the acclaim of armies. The pride on his face was controlled, but it existed. Around him, brothers applauded with varying degrees of sincerity. Some accepted the choice. Some measured themselves against it. Some never forgot it. The Emperor was returning to Terra. Horus would inherit command of the war. "Why?" Cade asked. "The Webway," Dreg said. The Emperor had begun work upon another path for mankind, one that could free the species from dependence upon the warp. Cade looked back at Horus, surrounded by cheering warriors. Did he tell him? Not enough. That absence became a wound long before it became betrayal. Horus commanded the Emperor's armies, but did not possess the Emperor's confidence in full. He bore responsibility for a galaxy-spanning campaign, while his father withdrew toward a secret project beneath Terra. The War Master could not help but notice the contradiction. The Imperium expanded through his decisions, while civilian bureaucrats followed behind the legions to administer worlds conquered with Astartes' blood. Taxes replaced triumph. Compliance became paperwork. Mortal officials argued over governance with Primarchs, who had watched their sons die, making that governance possible. Horus smiled through many such disputes. The archive showed how well he smiled. It also showed the moments afterward when the smile vanished. Far away, another son had already been wounded more deeply. Monarchia burned beneath an ordered sky. The city had been raised upon the world of Kur as a monument to devotion. Its towers, avenues, and places of worship testified to the word-bearer's conviction that the Emperor was not merely humanity's ruler, but its god. Lorgar had built faith where the Emperor demanded reason. The response was not debate. The Ultramarines came by imperial command. The population was removed. The city was annihilated. Buildings that had required generations to raise became collapsing skeletons beneath bombardment, while smoke rolled through streets once packed with worshippers. Then the word-bearers were summoned to witness what remained. Lorgar stood amid the ruins with his legion and faced the father he had worshipped. "You were commanded to illuminate mankind," the Emperor said, his voice carrying across the devastated plain. "Instead, you taught it to kneel." Lorgar's face seemed carved from grief. "What is faith if its object stands before us?" "A chain." The answer struck harder than any weapon. The word-bearers were forced to kneel beneath the gaze of the Emperor and Guilliman's legion, humiliated before those they regarded as brothers. Cade watched ash blow across Lorgar's armor. Faith did not disappear from the Primarch. It changed direction. A need that could not be extinguished began searching for something willing to answer it. Magnus had a different certainty. Where Lorgar believed, Magnus knew, or believed he knew. The Crimson King regarded the warp not simply as a realm of predators, but as an ocean of knowledge that could be mastered through discipline, intellect, and psychic strength. His 1,000 sons pursued those mysteries with an intensity that terrified other legions. At Nicaea, the dispute could no longer be postponed. Primarchs, legionaries, and representatives of the Imperium gathered while arguments over psychic warfare became arguments over trust. Russ distrusted sorcery with an instinct sharpened by Fenrisian tradition. Magnus insisted ignorance was the greater danger. "To blind ourselves because the night contains predators is not wisdom," he said before the gathered court. "It is surrender." The Emperor listened. When judgment came, the Libraria structures and unrestricted use of psychic powers by the legions were forbidden. Magnus obeyed in word. His resentment remained. The Emperor understood that the warp contained depths even his sons had not measured. Magnus understood enough to believe the opposite. The crusade continued, outwardly magnificent. Worlds fell into compliance. Legions accumulated victories. The War Master commanded armies whose banners stretched across continents during musters. Yet beneath the armor, corruption searched for weaknesses already present. Warrior lodges spread within legions as places of fraternity outside formal command hierarchies, harmless in appearance, and therefore useful to those who understood how secrecy becomes loyalty. Erebus of the Word-Bearers moved among warriors with the humility of a priest who wanted nothing for himself. He listened. He encouraged resentments without appearing to create them. He knew which captain envied another, which commander believed Terra's bureaucrats had stolen glory purchased through blood, which sons feared that the Emperor intended to discard his legions when conquest ended. Chaos did not need to create pride in Horus. It needed only to tell him his pride was justified. It did not need to invent Lorgar's wounded faith. It needed only to answer it. The infection finally drew blood on Davin's moon. Horus entered battle believing he was suppressing treachery. Eugen Temba, once an imperial commander, awaited him transformed by corruption. The weapon in Temba's hand was no crude blade. It carried a poison deeper than chemistry, an edge fashioned by alien craft and stolen through treachery before being placed exactly where it was needed. Horus fought with the fury of a Primarch, smashing through corrupted warriors, while his lunar wolves closed around him, bolt fire filling the diseased air. Temba struck once. The blade opened Horus. For an ordinary man, the wound would have ended life in moments. Horus remained standing long enough to kill the traitor who had inflicted it. Then, the War Master of the Imperium fell. His sons gathered around him with something Astartes were conditioned almost never to feel: panic. Far away, Magnus turned his mind toward the currents of the warp and sensed something closing around his brother. Shapes moved in the immaterium beyond ordinary sight, vast intelligences leaning toward the wounded War Master, with the patience of predators that had waited since before mankind possessed language. Horus was carried toward those who promised healing. Erebus walked close beside him. Across the galaxy, the Great Crusade continued. Drop pods still fell, bolters still fired, Iterators still announced compliance. Entire expeditionary fleets advanced beneath banners bearing the Emperor's lightning and the War Master's authority, unaware that the greatest weapon mankind had ever forged was bleeding from a wound designed not merely to kill him, but to open him. And in the warp, something noticed the blood. Horus Lupercal did not awaken upon Davin believing himself a servant of gods. That would have been simpler, and chaos rarely chose the simple road when a wound already existed through which it might enter. The War Master lay dying inside the Serpent Lodge, while incense thickened the air around his motionless body, and men who called themselves healers whispered words that belonged to traditions older than imperial compliance. His flesh fought the poison carried by the anatheme, but the true attack was elsewhere. Marius Cade watched the vision unfold through the Blackstone archive and saw none of the crude temptations later sermons attributed to the arch-traitor. There were no horned monsters offering kingdoms in exchange for a signature written in blood. Horus was shown possibilities. He saw an imperium where the emperor was worshipped as divine despite the imperial truth. He saw statues of brothers raised across worlds while his own name existed only as a curse. He saw armies commanded by mortal bureaucrats who had never crossed a battlefield, inheriting dominion over worlds conquered by legion blood. The images were lies constructed from truths, and therein lay their venom. Horus already resented the Council of Terror. He already wondered why his father had abandoned the crusade at the height of its triumph. He already feared that the Legiones Astartes might become obsolete after victory, cast aside as the Thunder Warriors had been before them. Chaos did not place those thoughts inside him. It merely found them waiting. Magnus reached him there. The Crimson King entered the vision as another psychic presence, warning his brother that the apparitions were crafted to deceive, that Erebus had guided him into a snare, and that powers within the warp desired the War Master precisely because his rebellion would wound mankind more deeply than any alien invasion ever could. Horus listened. That was what made the fall worse. He was not mindless. He did not simply fail to recognize the trap. He recognized manipulation and still found within it arguments he wished to believe. "Father left me his war," Horus said within that unreal place, looking upon a future in which humanity knelt before an emperor who had commanded mankind never to kneel. He gave me responsibility for his empire and denied me the truth of what he returned to Terra to accomplish. Magnus answered with urgency rather than reverence. Then demand the truth from him. Do not accept chains because another jailer tells you they are freedom. Horus's expression hardened. You speak as though you have never hidden knowledge from him. The accusation found its mark. Even then, brother spoke to brother through faults each understood too well. Erebus needed no victory in debate. He needed only time. When Horus finally opened his eyes inside the lodge, the wound in his body had begun to close. The wound in his loyalty had not. The rebellion first grew as conspiracy rather than battle. Horus was too accomplished a general to confuse anger with preparation. Messages moved beneath official communications. Warrior lodges became nets through which loyalties could be measured without exposing the hand that measured them. Officers were sounded out through grievances disguised as conversation. The Emperor's children had pride enough for Fulgrim's corruption to find purchase. Mortarian's hatred of tyranny could be twisted until he named the Emperor the greatest tyrant of all. Angron required little persuasion to hate the father who had taken him from the death he desired upon Nuceria, and then ordered him to conquer in that father's name. Lorgar and the Word-bearers had already found gods willing to receive the worship the Emperor had rejected. Perturabo carried old resentment like shrapnel left in flesh. Kurz had spent years proving that terror could impose order while despising the civilization that condemned him for methods it repeatedly used. Alfarius and his legion followed motives so layered that even later histories failed to disentangle them. 9 legions would eventually fall from the Emperor's cause, but at the beginning,
There were only choices made behind sealed doors, each traitor convincing himself that betrayal served something greater than obedience. Magnus saw enough to understand catastrophe. He had warned Horus and failed. He would not fail to warn Terra. The decision was born from loyalty and executed with the arrogance that had always accompanied his brilliance. Nicaea had forbidden what he was about to attempt. Distance and the instability of the warp made ordinary warning too slow. Magnus therefore reached across the immaterium with power vast enough to span the galaxy, driving his consciousness toward the Imperial Palace. He encountered barriers around Terra and interpreted them as an obstacle that could be overcome. The Emperor had constructed those wards around work more consequential than Magnus knew. The Human Webway Project, an attempt to free mankind from dependence upon the very realm through which the Primarch now forced his warning. Magnus broke through. The psychic breach did not merely carry his message, it tore open the protections surrounding the Emperor's hidden work. Demons found the wound. What had been intended as salvation became invasion in a heartbeat. The Emperor heard that Horus had betrayed him, and at the same moment learned that his secret path for humanity had been catastrophically compromised by the Sun trying to save him. Cade's mouth had gone dry. He condemned Magnus for bringing the truth. Dreg's features remained hard beneath the archive light. He condemned Magnus for breaking the lock on a gate into hell. The image shifted to the halls beneath Terra, where custodians fought things that should never have entered the Emperor's work. Intent does not close a breach, adept. The Emperor commanded that Magnus be brought to Terra to answer for his disobedience. Leman Russ and the Space Wolves became the blade sent toward Prospero. Horus could not openly rewrite reality, but he understood Russ, understood Magnus, and understood how little affection existed between them. His intervention hardened suspicion into expectation. By the time the fleet of the 6th Legion entered the Prospero system, the order to bring a brother home had become entangled with the belief that sorcery had placed that brother beyond redemption. Prospero burned beneath two versions of loyalty. Magnus, crushed by the knowledge of what he had done, had not prepared his world for the war descending upon it. His sons paid first. Orbital bombardment struck Tizca. Towers built around scholarship, and psychic art ruptured beneath fire from the sky. Space wolves landed amid ash and burning libraries, bolters thundering as the 1,000 suns rallied against attackers they had once called brothers. Astartes killed Astartes and discovered how obscenely durable their own kind were. A bolt round that would burst a mortal man apart could crater ceramite and leave the warrior beneath it alive long enough to answer. Space wolves closed with blades when ammunition failed them, chains wards biting into crimson plate, teeth screaming against armor before finding the softer anatomy beneath. 1,000 Sun lost an arm at the shoulder and killed his attacker with a psychic lance that burst the wolf's helm outward in a wet ring of bone, brain, and shattered lenses. Another sorcerer raised a barrier against incoming fire until nullifying forces in the Imperial host weakened his art. Mass reactive shells struck him together, cracking breastplate and detonating inside both lungs until fragments of his ribcage sprayed across the steps behind him. Above it all, the warp responded to panic. Flesh changed. Powers once controlled became unstable. Men who believed knowledge had made them masters discovered that predators had been watching every lesson. Russ and Magnus finally met amid the ruin, two Primarchs whose father's war had become a family execution. Their clash broke stone around them. Magnus possessed psychic force capable of killing armies. Russ possessed the physical savagery and singular purpose for which the Emperor had long employed him. Neither victory could serve mankind cleanly. Magnus was broken, and his surviving sons escaped into the embrace of the power that had waited for precisely such desperation. Tzeentch did not need to convince the 1,000 Suns that it loved them. It needed only to make survival possible when the Imperium did not.
Prospero became ashes. The Space Wolves believed they had punished dangerous sorcery. The Thousand Sons believed they had been betrayed by the empire they served. Horus had lost almost nothing and gained another broken brother. His own purge followed at Istvan III. The War Master could not march upon Terra, while loyalists remained embedded inside the legions he intended to use against it. So those warriors were selected for an assault and sent to the surface beneath false purpose. Sons of Horus, Emperor's children, Death Guard and World Eaters descended believing they were prosecuting rebellion. Many were veterans of decades of compliance. They had killed Xenos beside the brothers, now preparing to murder them from orbit. Saul Tarvitz understood enough of the treachery to raise warning before the bombardment, and some reached sealed positions before the heavens opened. Then the virus bombs fell. The Life Eater did not kill with dignity. Canisters ruptured across cities and defense lines, releasing engineered death into the atmosphere. Unprotected flesh liquefied, skin sloughed from muscle. Men clawed at respirators while tissue dissolved beneath their gloves. Eyes collapsed into sockets. Internal organs became slurry inside bodies still convulsing with reflex. Entire populations decomposed so rapidly that streets filled with a greasy tide of human remains, armor and uniforms sinking into biological filth. Those sheltering underground heard millions die above them through vox channels that became screaming, coughing, and then wet static. The gases produced by planetary decomposition thickened across the world. Ignition followed. Fire raced over Istvan's surface in an incandescent wave, consuming the atmosphere's dead and living alike. Horus had not merely attacked loyal warriors. He had ordered a world murdered to cleanse dissent from his own ranks. And still, they survived. When the loyalist Astartes emerged from shelters into the burned cities, they found their betrayers waiting. Angron shattered any hope of a distant extermination when he descended to the surface and drove the World Eaters into close combat. Horus was forced to commit forces to kill brothers who had refused to die conveniently. The war became intimate. Sons of Horus fought Sons of Horus across streets paved with the dissolved remains of civilians. Death Guard exchanged bolter volleys across ruined hab blocks. Emperor's children dueled men wearing the same heraldry they had once saluted. World Eaters killed at ranges where blood struck armor hot. Chain axes bit through pauldrons and continued into collarbones, necks, and lungs. A loyalist drove his combat blade through a traitor's visor and twisted until the eye and brain behind it became pulp, only for another legionary to fire a bolt pistol into his exposed side. The shell entered beneath the arm, detonated inside the chest, and threw half a heart against the nearest wall. Angron moved through the battle like a machine built from pain. The nails hammered his skull. Killing eased them. Therefore, he killed. His sons saw what peace looked like for their father and implanted versions of the same torment into themselves. The loyalists on Istvan III were doomed, but they forced Horus to spend blood and time proving it. Weeks of resistance turned the purge into a declaration. Nathaniel Garrow escaped aboard the Eisenstein, carrying warning toward Terra. The rebellion could no longer remain hidden. The Imperium answered with force. At Istvan V, that answer entered a trap. The first loyalist assault drove toward the traitor positions, with the rage of sons coming to punish brothers. Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard landed under murderous fire. Tanks ground through black sand. Dreadnoughts advanced beneath missile trails. Legion artillery pulverized ridgelines. Ferrus Manus drove the Iron Hands forward with personal hatred sharpened by Fulgrim's betrayal. The traitors yielded ground because Horus wanted them to. Behind the loyalists came the second wave. Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word-Bearers, and Alpha Legion, apparently reinforcements arriving to complete the extermination of the rebels. Exhausted loyalists saw familiar heraldry and believed the jaws closing behind them belonged to allies. Then the second line opened fire. There was no rear anymore. Heavy weapons tore into legionaries from behind. Tanks that had turned armor toward the traitor fortress took shots into vulnerable engine housings. Night Lords descended upon disordered units with chain blades shrieking. Iron Warriors' fire plans reduced retreat corridors to calculated killing grounds. Word-bearers advanced chanting words no Imperial iterator would have recognized as part of the Imperial truth. Alpha Legion units struck command positions chosen before the battle had begun. Salamanders burned inside their armor as plasma washed across their ranks. Raven Guard formations scattered, hunted through smoke by enemies who possessed their withdrawal routes. Ferrus Manus reached Fulgrim amid the slaughter and died by his brother's hand, his severed head becoming proof that Primarch blood could be spilled after all. The drop site massacre shattered 3 loyal legions in a single operation. Horus had transformed trust itself into a weapon. Calth proved the lesson could be applied to an empire. Guilliman's ultramarines gathered with the word-bearers beneath the pretense of common war. Calth was ordered, prosperous, defended by fleets and installations, built according to the meticulous systems of the 13th Legion. That order became the traitor's first target. The word-bearers struck without warning. A vessel became a kinetic weapon against orbital infrastructure, and destruction propagated through docks and fleet elements before ultramarine commanders understood that the battle had begun. Warships opened fire upon ships that had been allies moments earlier. On the surface, Legion formations turned weapons upon muster zones. Men died while asking their attackers for identification codes. Guilliman's gift for preparation was attacked by denying him the one thing preparation required: certainty about who the enemy was. Yet Calth was more than assassination by fleet. It was ritual murder on a planetary scale. The word-bearers wanted slaughter to mean something beyond tactics. Every death became an offering, every betrayal another cut across the boundary between reality and the immaterium. Underground wars raged while the system itself was poisoned. Ultramarines answered treachery with disciplined fury, establishing firing lines amid ruins, reforming shattered commands, and turning isolated survivors into functioning units because organization was Guilliman's instinct, even when reality itself seemed to reject order. The word-bearers answered with demoncraft. Figures crawled from breaches in the world, wearing shapes made from hate and memory. Bolter fire that killed legionaries merely annoyed some of them. Men burned, bled, and died beneath symbols carved into their bodies, while still alive, because the rite required terror as much as blood. Calth became part of a wider shadow crusade. Lorgar and Angron carried war across Ultramar, and the violence helped birth the Ruin Storm, a colossal warp tempest that strangled communication and travel across vast reaches of the Imperium. Loyalist fleets could no longer trust the routes home. Astropathic signals arrived as fragments, or not at all. Worlds looked toward the stars and did not know whether the next fleet bore relief or treason. The heresy stopped being a rebellion located around Horus and became civilizational disintegration. Planetary governors executed officers for suspected lodge membership. Loyal commanders destroyed settlements rather than allow demonic infection to spread. Traitors sacrificed cities to open temporary paths through the warp. Mechanicum forges divided against themselves and unleashed engines whose machine spirits had been corrupted into things resembling appetite. Angron descended further with every world. His legion followed. The butcher's nails were no longer simply a mutilation inflicted upon one Primarch and copied by sons desperate to resemble him. They were becoming a liturgy written in pain. World Eaters entered battle with tactical objectives and abandoned them when slaughter became close enough to smell. Vox discipline dissolved into roaring. Chain axes rose and fell long after enemies ceased resisting. A legionary cut through a kneeling soldier's shoulder, tore the blade free with ribs caught between the teeth, and struck again at the skull because the first wound had not quieted the nails. Another ripped the arm from a wounded opponent and beat him with it until bone protruded through what remained of his face. Blood-marked armor, walls, tracks, gun housings, and the boots of warriors, no longer distinguishing victory from the act of killing. On Nuceria, Lorgar turned Angron's agony and the slaughter around him toward a darker purpose. The Primarch, who had always been enslaved, found release not in freedom, but in apotheosis. Khorne took what the Emperor had used and made it eternal. Horus changed as well. Molech marked the difference. The War Master sought the hidden gate through which the Emperor himself had once passed and entered the warp in pursuit of power sufficient to defeat his father. What occurred beyond that threshold belonged less to history than nightmare. Horus returned empowered. Something in his eyes had become too old for his face. His presence pressed upon legionaries who had once laughed in his company. The charismatic commander, who remembered mortal names, increasingly spoke with the certainty of someone listening to voices no one else could hear. His allies still called him War Master, but even traitor Primarchs began to understand the bargain. They had rebelled against one master and placed themselves within reach of others infinitely less human. Horus believed he would command chaos. Chaos had heard such claims before mankind learned to write. The Blackstone archive widened until Cade saw a galaxy burning in fragments. One world vanished beneath orbital fire. Another became a demon-haunted ruin. A third starved because its fleet never arrived. Trillions died across the heresy, not all beneath Astartes' blades, but because the machinery binding human civilization had been turned inward upon itself. Every legion battle created 100 lesser wars. Every destroyed supply line killed people who would never know Horus's name. Every warp storm isolated another system. The Great Crusade had spread mankind across an empire. The heresy taught that empire how efficiently its own arteries could carry poison. At last, the traitor fleets turned toward Sol. Warships gathered until stars disappeared behind hulls. The sons of Horus stood beneath the eye that had replaced the old lunar wolves' heraldry. World Eaters sharpened chain axes. Death Guard endured the corruption already creeping toward their destiny. Emperors' children descended into appetites that no victory could satisfy. Word-bearers prepared invocations for the greatest altar mankind possessed. Iron warriors calculated the walls of terror. Night lords contemplated the fear of a species watching its capital besieged. The armies advanced. Far away beneath the imperial palace, the emperor remained bound to a war no mortal population could see. The breach in the webway still demanded blood, custodian lives, and his attention. Dawn fortified terror while fleets were recalled through a galaxy whose warp routes had become madness. The father who had created suns to conquer the stars now prepared to receive those suns as invaders. Cade watched Horus's armada enter the dark and understood the final obscenity of the fall. Chaos had not forged the weapon aimed at terror. The Emperor had. Chaos had only convinced it to turn around. Terror began dying before the traitors reached its soil. The war entered the solar system as fire moving through darkness, fleet against fleet, across distances so vast that men could die by the tens of thousands without ever seeing the enemy that killed them. Marius Cade watched the Blackstone archive open upon the outer defenses of Sol and saw Rogel Dawn's strategy expressed not as a heroic wall, but as mathematics written in blood. Every monitoring station, minefield, orbital bastion, and fleet anchorage existed to take something from Horus: ammunition, ships, legionaries, minutes, hours, days. Nothing was expected to endure forever. The imperial fists had fortified a system, while knowing the enemy had once helped design its defenses, and the Praetorian of Terror compensated for that terrible intimacy by constructing layers whose destruction was itself part of the plan. Traitor fleets emerged from the warp, beneath a sky already crowded with wreckage. Lance batteries crossed thousands of kilometers in white lines bright enough to burn after images into unshielded eyes. Void shields collapsed around cruisers and battleships. Armor measured in meters became incandescent beneath concentrated fire. Plasma reactors ruptured and turned warships into miniature suns. Inside one loyalist cruiser, compartments sealed in sequence while alarms howled through kilometers of passageways. The crew had 27,000 souls aboard when boarding torpedoes struck. Iron warriors came through the hull behind shaped charges, their plates scored by centuries of campaigning, bolters firing before the pressure stabilized. Mortal ratings died first. One shell punched through a naval armsman's abdomen and detonated against his spine, folding him backward while fragments of vertebrae struck the men behind him. Another man fired a las pistol until the weapon clicked uselessly, then tried to swing it like a club against a warrior who caught him by the face and crushed his skull against the bulkhead. Blood floated in globules wherever artificial gravity failed. The loyalist vessel eventually detonated its own magazines rather than permit capture. Dawn received the report upon Terra, marked the ship destroyed, recalculated the remaining defensive depth, and asked only, "How long did they hold?" When told, he answered, "Then they purchased what was required." The traitor armada kept coming. Ships bearing the old heraldry of the Great Crusade advanced beside vessels whose hulls had begun becoming something else. Horns protruded from armor. Faces moved beneath metal. Gun decks sweated blood into the void. On some decks, the crew no longer knew whether they served the ship or had become organs within it. Horus had taken the fleets that once brought compliance to lost human worlds and turned them toward the birthplace of their species. World eaters waited inside assault vessels, with chain axes chained to their wrists. Death guards stood amid flies that should have died in vacuum. Emperor's children filled their holds with sounds engineered to hurt the mind. Word-bearers prepared rites whose sacrificial diagrams covered entire decks. Iron warriors studied Dawn's fortifications without hatred, because hatred was less useful than measurement. Night Lords broadcast the screams of captured loyalists across open channels. Sons of Horus carried the eye of their warmaster toward Terra, as though it had always belonged there. Cade watched the system's outer defenses collapse inward and heard Dreg beside him say, "This is what the Great Crusade became." Cade did not answer. The comparison was too precise. The same armor, the same weapons, the same legions. Only the direction had changed. Terra itself had ceased to resemble a capital and become a weapon. The Imperial Palace was not one building, but a fortified continent of walls, towers, bastions, gun lines, underground routes, and defensive works built upon structures older than the Imperium. Civilian districts vanished beneath trenches and ammunition depots. Hab blocks became firing positions. Transit tunnels were mined in case the enemy broke through. Water reservoirs were guarded like relics. Imperial army regiments from 1,000 cultures crowded beside solar auxiliary cohorts, artillery crews, mechanicum maniples, legionary formations, and desperate civilians pressed into labor battalions. The Sisters of Silence moved among them like absences given human form, their presence making psychers flinch and demonic manifestations recoil. Custodians stood in auramite plate around strategic sites and palace approaches, each one a warrior whose creation had required more art than entire regiments of common soldiers would ever receive. Titans strode through districts already shattered by bombardment, their footfalls shaking dust from the ruins. Collegia Titanica crews invoked the Omnissiah as reactor temperatures climbed, and void shields shimmered around war engines large enough to carry cathedrals upon their backs. Beneath everything, mortal soldiers waited with lasrifles and bayonets, knowing that a Titan could die and a Primarch could bleed, and that when both happened, someone still had to stand in the trench. The first traitor landings transformed the horizon into a wall of fire. Drop pods fell in such numbers that radar screens became useless beneath overlapping returns. Landing craft descended through anti-air fire, while defense lasers stabbed upward and cut ships apart before they reached the ground. One traitor transport broke in half above an army position and came down across several kilometers, armor and burning corpses scything through trenches. Survivors rose into falling debris and saw world eaters coming through the smoke. The first rank of mortal defenders fired by order. Lasbolts struck red armor and scored black lines across ceramite. Heavy weapons punched one legionary from his feet. The others accelerated. Their chain axes began screaming before they reached the parapet. "Hold!" an officer shouted over the vox. "By the throne! Hold!" A world eater cleared the trench in a single leap and landed among the firing line. His first blow split a soldier from collarbone to sternum. The chain axe teeth caught ribs and tore them outward in wet fragments. He ripped the weapon free, turning the corpse sideways with the motion, and drove his shoulder through two more men, hard enough to crush them against the trench wall. Another legionary caught a bayonet in the abdomen, looked down at the blade embedded through his armor seal, and head-butted the soldier holding it until the man's face collapsed. The defenders died in seconds. Those seconds mattered. An Imperial Fist's counterattack hit the World Eaters before the breach widened. Bolters roared at ranges where aim was almost unnecessary. Mass reactive shells detonated beneath red plate. A traitor's knee vanished in a burst of shattered ceramite and meat. He continued crawling forward until 3 more rounds opened his chest. The Loyalists advanced through the trench they had just watched mortals die to preserve. That was the siege. Not one battle, but millions layered upon one another. Artillery crews fired at coordinates beyond the horizon, while enemy infiltrators killed them inside their own dugouts. Titans dueled over soldiers so small that a single footfall could bury an entire squad. A warlord engine discharged its volcano cannon and struck a traitor Titan through failing voids. Armor became liquid, internal decks flashed into vapor, and the machine staggered, while its princeps screamed through the manifold as though his own organs had been burned. The dying engine toppled across a Hab district and crushed loyalist and traitor alike beneath tens of thousands of tons of sacred metal. Overhead, crippled warships fell from orbit, trailing plasma and debris, burning through the atmosphere before striking distant continents with impacts that generated their own weather. Somewhere beneath that sky, a conscript with a laser gun fired at a demon crawling through a breach and watched the beam pass through something that had no stable anatomy. The creature reached him, opened a mouth where no mouth had been, and pulled the upper half of his body inside, while his legs remained standing for another heartbeat. A sister of silence arrived moments later, and the thing recoiled from her very existence. She drove a blade through what passed for its center. It came apart in smoke, teeth, and voices. The surviving soldiers stared at her with fear, almost equal to the fear they had given. The demon. She did not acknowledge them, and the Emperor was not among them. Cade found that absence more disturbing than any battlefield. Imperial scripture had painted the siege as though the master of mankind stood continuously at the heart of the defense, radiating power while his sons fought around him. The reality was harsher. The Emperor was trapped by the consequences of Magnus's warning and the failure of the Webway project. Beneath the palace lay the impossible wound, opened into the human-controlled passages he had intended to use as mankind's escape from dependence upon warp travel. Through that wound came demons without number. Custodians had died by the hundreds in wars most of Terra never knew were being fought. Sisters of Silence and Mechanicum forces had bled beside them. The Emperor's psychic might held horrors at bay, while his empire collapsed overhead. Cade saw him seated upon the golden throne, before it became his final prison, his power pouring into machinery built for a future that would never exist. The contradiction was almost unbearable. The strongest human being who had ever lived could not simply stand and walk onto the walls, because the moment he abandoned one battlefield another might consume Terra from beneath. Omnipotence belonged to religion. Strategy dealt in limits. Horus understood those limits and pressed against all of them. As the siege deepened, Terra stopped behaving like a world entirely contained by material law. The warp swelled around the planet until time became unreliable. Soldiers fought through a night that seemed to last weeks, then discovered chronometers claimed only hours had passed. Men entered corridors they had crossed every day for months and emerged into districts kilometers away. Familiar constellations disappeared behind impossible skies. Voices came through Vox channels from units already dead. Army officers received orders in their own voices, telling them to abandon positions they had not yet been assigned. A wounded legionary looked into a pool of blood and saw himself kneeling before Horus, then looked away and discovered 3 days had passed. The gods were close enough that metaphor acquired flesh. Khorne's rage saturated killing grounds until men who had never worshipped him hacked at corpses because stopping felt physically painful. Nurgle's despair crept through field hospitals where wounds festered before blades touched skin. Slanesh turned screams into music inside corrupted Vox arrays. Tzeentch poisoned certainty itself, making commanders wonder whether every correct decision had been arranged to produce a greater defeat. The palace shrank under pressure. Walls that had seemed eternal broke. Positions Dawn had prepared for months were taken in hours, then retaken, then buried beneath bombardment until possession became meaningless. At the Eternity Gate, Sanguinius fought while exhausted beyond anything a mortal body could have survived. The angel remained beautiful only in the way a sword could be beautiful. Blood covered his armor. His wings were torn. He knew through foresight that had haunted him across the heresy that death waited ahead. Still he fought. That was what made the moment monstrous rather than noble. He understood the likely end and walked toward it because there was nowhere else for duty to go. Horus waited aboard the vengeful spirit while loyalist relief drew nearer. The noose around the War Master was tightening even as Terra approached collapse. Guilliman and other loyalist forces were coming. Time, the resource Dawn had purchased with fleets and armies and continents of corpses, was finally becoming Horus's enemy. Then the shields of the traitor flagship fell. Whether desperation, challenge, or calculated temptation mattered less than the opportunity. The Emperor took it. Teleportation light tore through the palace. The Emperor went with custodians and selected warriors into the heart of the vengeful spirit. Dawn went. Sanguinius went. The assault should have been a decapitation strike. Instead, the ship swallowed them. The flagship was no longer merely a vessel. Corridors turned where architecture said they could not. Bulkheads opened upon spaces larger than the hull containing them. Deck plates became stone beneath armored boots, and then flesh, before anyone could agree the change had occurred. Custodians disappeared from one another, despite entering the teleport field meters apart. The warp folded distance around Horus's domain. Cade watched a golden warrior walk through a passage lined with the corpses of men nailed to walls, only to realize the bodies were breathing. One opened its eyes and spoke with the voice of the warrior's dead brother. He ignored it. The corpse screamed after him using his childhood name. Sanguinius found Horus before the Emperor did. The archive trembled as though reluctant to remember. The angel entered the chamber already wounded, facing the brother who had once been the brightest of the Emperor's sons. Horus no longer resembled the War Master, who had smiled at Ulanor. Power moved through him like pressure behind the skin of reality. The gods had poured themselves into a vessel strong enough to contain them for a little while. His armor seemed darker than shadow. His eyes held nothing human enough for fraternity to reach. "You knew I would come," Sanguinius said. Horus regarded him almost tenderly. "You always did love the shape of sacrifice. I loved my father, and he loved your obedience." Sanguinius raised his weapon. "That will be enough." Their battle did not resemble swordplay, as mortals understood it. Every strike could have killed a tank crew through armor. The chamber broke around them. Sanguinius fought with speed. Horus's size should have rendered impossible to match, yet the War Master matched it. The angel struck. Horus endured. Horus struck back. Armor cracked. Blood hit the floor. Sanguinius rose again. His wings spread broken and bloody, feathers burning at the edges beneath energies that were not flame. He attacked because there remained no other act available to him. Horus killed him. There was no salvation hidden in the death, no last-second miracle. The angel's body struck the deck and did not rise. When the Emperor found Horus, he found his son dead between them. Whatever words passed between father and rebel had been rewritten so often by 10,000 years of doctrine that Cade no longer trusted any exact transcript. The archive preserved fragments, impressions, psychic violence beyond ordinary memory. He saw the Emperor confront the being Horus had become. He saw strength meet strength and found the comparison meaningless. Horus struck with the power of the pantheon behind him. The Emperor answered with force that made the chamber flare white. Their conflict occurred in flesh and thought, in the chamber and in spaces no mortal observer could enter. The War Master broke the Emperor's body. Armor split, bone shattered, blood darkened gold. The Emperor continued. Horus demanded recognition of victory. The Emperor refused. Then something changed. The power gathered within the Master of Mankind was not gentle. It was not the warmth painted around him in cathedral mosaics. It was annihilation focused through will. Horus ceased to exist, not merely dead, gone. The chamber remained. The rebellion remained. The cost remained. The Emperor fell. Dawn found him broken beyond any mortal concept of survival. The son who had built Terra's walls carried his father from the ruin of the vengeful spirit, while loyalist forces finally began turning the siege. Without Horus, traitor cohesion fractured. Some fled. Some continued killing. Some legions had already descended so far into their gods that strategy meant little. Terra had survived, but survival was a word too clean for the world beneath them. Continents were graveyards. Cities were ash. The imperial palace was a broken carcass. Bodies filled trenches in layers. The air itself tasted of burning metal and human fat. The Emperor was taken to the Golden Throne. Cade watched attendants and surviving specialists connect the Master of Mankind to the machinery intended for another purpose. Cables entered armor and flesh. Systems awakened around a body that should have died. The throne became life support, psychic engine, seal and prison at once. The Emperor could not rise from it without consequences. No one dared test. He had defeated Horus and lost the future he had intended to create. The archive accelerated. Years became centuries. Centuries became millennia. The first psychic sacrifices entered the machinery. Then more. Black ships crossed the Imperium gathering psychers. Some were trained. Some were judged useful elsewhere. Others came to Terra. Cade watched them enter. A procession became a river. A river became an institution. 1,000 psychic lives consumed each day so that the Astronomicon might burn and the Emperor might endure upon the throne, humanity feeding its gifted children into sacred machinery, while priests declared the sacrifice holy. The secular empire became a religion around a dying man who had forbidden his own worship. The conqueror became the martyr, the ruler became the altar. Cade returned to himself beneath modern Terra and realized he was crying. Far above the forbidden vault, beyond kilometers of armor, stone, shrines, and accumulated human history, the Golden Throne still functioned. The same ancient machinery still drank lives. The same Master of Mankind still sat where dawn had placed him after the siege. Dreg looked upward, though there was only darkness above them. Now you understand. Cade listened to a vibration moving through the foundations, too deep to be sound and too regular to be an earthquake. Perhaps machinery, perhaps imagination. perhaps the pulse of something that had forgotten how to die. "The Imperium worships sacrifice," Cade said. "No," Dreg replied. "The Imperium is sacrifice." The next psychic tithe entered the throne. Another followed, and another. Across 10,000 years, the procession never stopped. Neither did the Emperor rise. The Imperium survived Horus, only to discover that survival was not the same thing as victory. Marius Cade watched the Blackstone Archive carry him away from the ruined walls of terror and into the vengeance that followed, where loyalist fleets became hunters and the traitor legions became quarry. The great scouring burned across the wounded Imperium with an anger too large to distinguish justice from reprisal. Sons who had watched their primarchs die, worlds that had watched their populations butchered, army commanders who had seen entire regiments fed into demonic rites, all demanded payment. The traitors withdrew toward the Eye of Terror, while loyalist spearheads followed them from system to system, breaking fortress worlds, retaking shipyards, and executing governors who had sworn allegiance to Horus.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Some planets liberated from traitor rule survived only long enough to be bombarded by the Imperium because corruption had already entered too deeply. Cities changed hands and then ceased to exist. Loyalist Astartes descended into Manufactoria, whose workers had been branded with the symbols of the ruinous powers and advanced through them with flamers burning. Men ran from assembly pits with hands raised, screaming that they had served the traitors because refusal meant death. The answer was bolter fire. Mass reactive rounds entered backs, burst through rib cages, and sprayed machinery with lungs, vertebrae, and strips of burning cloth. The crusade had once demanded compliance. The scouring demanded proof that compliance had never been withdrawn. The Imperium was wounded, Cade said. Dreg watched another city disappear beneath orbital fire. Wounded animals are often at their most dangerous. The traitor legions were driven toward the Eye, but they were not destroyed. That failure would become mankind's inheritance. Within the impossible regions around the Great Wound in reality, time ceased behaving as it did elsewhere. Traitor warbands could experience centuries, while only decades passed beyond the storms, or emerge believing months had elapsed to discover generations dead. The legions fractured under hatred, ambition, and devotion to rival gods. Yet they endured. Loyalist forces could cleanse systems surrounding the Eye, and still could not invade the Immaterium itself, as though it were another province waiting for occupation. The Imperium therefore accomplished the bitterest form of victory. It reclaimed territory while leaving the enemy alive. Cade watched the last major loyalist formations withdraw from regions where navigation had become madness. Behind them, traitor ships vanished into clouds of crimson and violet lightning. Vox channels carried laughter from vessels already swallowed by the warp. A World Eater captain stood upon a blood-slick command deck as his ship disappeared into unreality and promised the warriors around him that Terra's skulls would one day decorate the throne of the blood god. An Iron Warrior ignored him and studied casualty reports. A word-bearer knelt before a grimoire bound in human hide. Each legion had lost the war and carried from that defeat an obsession capable of surviving 10,000 years. Gilliman understood another. Danger. Horus had nearly killed the species because one commander had possessed armies vast enough to challenge the Emperor. The old legions were therefore divided. The Codex Astartes became more than a manual of tactical doctrine. It embodied a political conclusion written in the blood of the heresy. Never again should a single Astartes commander wield the concentrated military force once possessed by the Primarchs. The surviving legions became chapters and successor chapters, smaller and more independent, each preserving fragments of ancient gene line and tradition, while surrendering the colossal unity that had allowed the Great Crusade to conquer across entire regions. Some accepted the reforms readily. Others regarded them as mutilation. The imperial fists stood close to civil war over the question before Dawn yielded to necessity. Russ and his sons remained contemptuous of attempts to make Fenrisian warriors fit neatly inside Guilliman's structures. The Imperium had learned the lesson Horus carved into it. Even loyalty must be treated as a potential weapon aimed at terror. Cade watched Astartes' standards divided, armor repainted, brotherhoods separated by new heraldry. He weakened them deliberately, he said. He limited them deliberately, Dreg corrected. There is a difference. Cade saw the irony. The Emperor had forged the legions because scattered strength could not conquer the galaxy. His surviving sons scattered them again because concentrated strength had almost destroyed it. The sons of Horus suffered a more savage fragmentation. Their father's failure became a stain other traitors mocked openly. War bands abandoned the old colors. Rivals hunted them. Horus's name, once capable of making entire expeditionary fleets kneel, became synonymous even among the damned with defeat. Ezekiel Abaddon did not attempt to resurrect the rebellion exactly as it had been. He had watched Horus become the vessel of powers that claimed to serve him while devouring everything he had once been. Abaddon emerged from the wars within the Eye, determined that the Long War would belong to him, not to the memory of a failed father. The Black Legion formed from warriors drawn beyond one broken bloodline, bound by hatred of the Imperium and by allegiance to a war master who understood that chaos could never be treated as a disciplined empire. When Abaddon spoke, he did not promise his warriors that the gods loved them. The gods are weapons, he told assembled killers beneath the black and gold of his new legion. Use them when they serve. Spit upon their chains when they do not. We did not crawl through the fires of terror to become livestock for demons. The Long War is ours. Cade watched warriors strike fists against their breastplates. Some wore the marks of Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, or Slanesh. Others bore none. Abaddon would spend millennia accomplishing what Horus had failed to do politically, forcing enemies who despised one another to fight beneath one strategic purpose. His Black Crusades became wounds opened at chosen points rather than 13 identical marches upon terror. Fleets broke from the Eye, fortresses fell, relics disappeared, imperial fleets were diverted, systems depopulated, worlds corrupted, ancient objectives pursued beneath wars that later chroniclers often remembered only as invasions survived. Sometimes Abaddon was thrown back. Sometimes the Imperium celebrated because the enemy had withdrawn and did not understand what the enemy had taken with him. Every crusade taught the despoiler more about the Imperium's weaknesses. Every response taught the Imperium to treat the Eye as a wound that could never close. Cadia became fortress, shield, and sacrificial barrier in one, its population organized around the expectation that one day the Black Legion would come again. Children learned to field-strip lasguns before adulthood. Khazars became fortresses layered across a planet whose strategic importance sentenced generation after generation to military life. The Long War was no longer a conflict any living baseline human could remember beginning. It became weather. Elsewhere, the Imperium transformed the Emperor's defeat of Horus into religion. The process did not occur in one proclamation. It accumulated. The man who had forbidden his own worship sat silent upon the golden throne, while priests interpreted that silence. Martyrs acquired shrines. Shrines acquired pilgrims. Pilgrims created institutions to protect the shrines, and institutions created hierarchies to decide which interpretations of the Emperor were permitted. The imperial creed spread until mankind's secular conqueror became the god emperor of a civilization that measured loyalty through faith. The administratum grew beside it, converting a galaxy into tithes, census rolls, requisitions, shipping schedules and orders so numerous that whole lives were spent copying records whose purpose had been forgotten centuries earlier. Cade watched a clerk on a hive world spend 51 years entering grain assessments for an agri-world that had been destroyed before his grandfather was born. Nobody had informed his department because the notice had been filed under an obsolete subsector designation. He died at his desk. His replacement continued the work. Mars changed in its own way. Knowledge became sacrament. Repair became rite. A tech priest could know exactly which sequence awakened an ancient reactor, while understanding little of the physics that made ignition possible. Incense entered ventilation ducts. Sacred oils were applied to mechanisms. Machine spirits were entreated where once engineers had diagnosed. 10,000 years, Cade whispered. No, Dreg said. 10,000 layers. That is worse. The Imperium nevertheless remained powerful enough that stagnation could masquerade as permanence. Then the Orcs reminded Terra how fragile permanence was. The War of the Beast erupted long after the heresy had receded into semi-sacred history, and the greenskins that emerged were not the disorganized mobs comfortable Imperial officers believed they understood. They came as an empire. Their armies demonstrated coordination, technological sophistication, and strategic reach that forced the Imperium to remember the horrors of Ulanor. Enormous Orc war machines moved through space. Worlds were overwhelmed beneath wars, whose scale turned planetary defense forces into debris. Then, an attack moon appeared above Terra, and the center of mankind's empire found itself staring upward at an Orc weapon hanging over the throne world. Panic spread through institutions that had spent centuries believing catastrophe belonged to distant sectors. Imperial officials shouted at one another inside chambers built beneath statues of heroes who had faced greater dangers than their descendants could imagine. Space Marines died in desperate operations intended to break the greenskin war machine. Cade watched a boarding action through the remains of one record. Black-armored Astartes charged through a passage built to Orc proportions, while crude automatic cannon fire shattered ceramite. A Marine took a round through his helm, and the back of his skull erupted across his battle brothers. They kept moving. Ahead, Orcs roared from behind barricades of welded plate. "Come on, Den! Humies want to die. We'll give 'em a proper death." Chainblades met choppers beneath flickering lumen strips, while Terra waited to discover whether its 10,000-year future would end beneath greenskin guns. The Imperium survived the beast, as it survived so much else, at ruinous cost, through desperation, sacrifice, and the fact that its resources were vast enough to replace losses smaller civilizations could never absorb. The crisis passed. The institutions remained. Their corruption deepened. By the age of apostasy, Goge Vandira had manipulated the machinery of imperial government until religious and political authority accumulated around a single tyrant. His reign of blood turned faith inward upon the Imperium itself. Worlds were punished for insufficient devotion. Rivals vanished beneath accusations of heresy. Fleets and armies fought other Imperial fleets and armies, while alien empires watched from beyond the borders. Execution became administration. Cade saw a procession of prisoners brought into a plaza beneath statues of the Emperor, each condemned because an official had decided their district had failed an ecclesiastical levy. A preacher read charges while soldiers fired volley after volley into kneeling civilians. Bodies collapsed together. Survivors beneath the first ranks screamed as blood filled their mouths. The next prisoners were brought forward before the corpses had been removed. Vandir called such acts necessary purification. His tyranny eventually became so vast that it produced its own enemies. Black Templars returned to the solar regions and found the corruption festering close to Terra. Imperial fists and other loyal forces joined resistance to the regime. Sebastian Thor's religious uprising gathered strength against a man claiming to embody the authority of the Emperor. War came again to the throne world, this time not between loyalist and traitor legions, but between factions each invoking the master of mankind as justification. Vandir's own bodyguards, the warrior order from which the later Adepta Sororitas would emerge, stood at the center of the regime until their leader, Alicia Dominica, was brought before the Golden Throne and turned against the tyrant she had served. Vandire's head fell beneath the blade of one of his most trusted protectors. The Imperium remembered the ending as deliverance. Cade saw something less comforting. Its institutions had nearly consumed themselves while claiming holiness, and the solution had not been dismantling those institutions. They were reorganized, restricted, and sanctified anew. The millennia made the Adeptus Astartes stranger as well. Separation preserved them from another Horus, while allowing each chapter to become an isolated culture of transhuman war. Ultramarines treated the Codex as inherited military wisdom, their officers speaking in disciplined assessments of objective, reserve, field of fire, and operational necessity. A blue-armored captain surveying an insurgent city did not roar for slaughter. Armor advances by the Eastern Transit Artery. Devastators establish overwatch on the cathedral ruins. Civilian concentrations are irrelevant unless they obstruct maneuver, break the command structure, and resistance collapses. Hundreds of light years away, space wolves drank beside fire before walking into battle beneath Fenrisian oaths, still calling one another pack brother and carrying sagas older than kingdoms. The prey thinks those walls will save it, a wolf lord growled as artillery flashed over the horizon. Good. A frightened beast dies tired. The Black Templars turned Sigismund's legacy into an endless crusade, their battle barges carrying warriors who regarded the Emperor not merely as sovereign, but divine. No pity for the faithless, no pause while the alien breathes. Forward, brothers, let the Emperor judge what remains. They all carried gene seed descending from the legions. They no longer sounded like one army because they had spent thousands of years becoming tribes. The Inquisition became the purest expression of another imperial principle. Terror could be rational. Cade recoiled from that truth more than from simple madness. An inquisitor ordering exterminatus was not always a sadist. Sometimes he was a man looking at evidence that a world had become a gateway through which demons could spread to 20 others. Cade watched a nameless hive world rot beneath a cult uprising. It began in manufactorum sublevels, with workers painting an 8-pointed star behind coolant pipes. One whispered a prayer after his son died beneath an overseer's lash. Another joined because rebellion promised food. A third heard voices answering from inside his dreams. Months later, workers disappeared into ritual chambers. Human skin hung from chains. Captured enforcers were opened while alive, and their blood channeled through grooves cut into the factory floor. The cult spread through labor gangs, HAB syndicates, and local defense units. By the time the planetary governor admitted anything was wrong, warp phenomena had begun above the capital. The Inquisition arrived after millions were already contaminated or trapped behind rebel lines. Imperial Guard regiments fought street by street. Lehman Russ battle tanks fired into HAB blocks to kill cultists using civilians as cover. Bodies clogged drainage channels. Then demons manifested in numbers that changed the calculation. The Inquisitor commanding the response stood aboard an orbiting vessel and listened as officers begged for another week. "There are still loyal formations fighting below," one admiral said. "There are billions of Imperial citizens who have never seen the cult's sigil." The Inquisitor looked at the hololithic storm spreading across the planet. "And if that breach stabilizes?" Silence answered. "How many worlds lie along the nearest stable routes?" 17. "Then we are not deciding the fate of one world." The order was given. Cyclonic torpedoes descended through the atmosphere. Soldiers who had spent months fighting for streets looked upward and understood before the civilians around them did. Some cursed the Imperium, some prayed to the Emperor. One exhausted guardsman simply sat against a ruined wall, removed his helmet, and laughed until the first artificial sun rose beyond the skyline. Continents fractured. Firestorms consumed atmospheres. Loyalist, Traitor, child, soldier, cultist, and priest became indistinguishable beneath extinction. Dreg watched beside Cade without blinking. "Was it necessary?" Cade asked. "That is the question that destroys Inquisitors," Dreg replied. "If it was not, they murdered a world. If it was, they saved 17. Either answer leaves the dead exactly where they are." Chaos learned patience because the Imperium provided endless places for despair to grow. Not every invasion began with a Black Legion cruiser breaking from the warp. Sometimes it began with a miner whose ration allocation had been reduced again. Sometimes with a soldier abandoned by an officer who claimed credit for his platoon's dead. Sometimes with an aristocrat bored enough to purchase forbidden sensation. Sometimes with a scholar who believed one restricted book could not possibly damn anyone. Cults formed in basements, cargo holds, underhives, regiment barracks, and noble estates. At first their prayers brought fellowship, then coincidence, then dreams, then instructions. By the time horns grew from flesh and possessed men walked through gunfire laughing, the invasion had already succeeded where it mattered. Traitor Astartes arrived afterward, stepping from assault craft into cities already burning from civil war. A Black Legionary looked across one such battlefield at thousands of mortals killing neighbors beneath crude chaos banners. 10,000 years, he said over the vox, contempt rasping through his helm grill, and the corpse emperor still breeds our soldiers for us. The archive accelerated until Cade could no longer separate century from century. Crusades crossed one another. Hive worlds burned and were rebuilt upon their own dead. Chapters were founded, destroyed, forgotten, and rediscovered. Entire regiments disappeared because administratum orders sent them to planets whose wars had ended generations earlier. Martyrs became saints. Saints became statues. Statues eroded while wars continued beneath them. The emperor remained upon the throne. Abaddon remained beyond the Cadian gate. Orcs multiplied wherever they were not completely eradicated. Ancient tombs began transmitting signals no imperial savant understood. The records rushed toward the closing centuries of the 41st millennium, and suddenly the names repeated with increasing frequency. Armageddon, Tyron, Macraga, Cadia, Gazkul, Abaddon, Leviathan. Reports of dead worlds accumulated faster than Cade's augmetic eye could index them. Astropaths screamed of fleets shaped from living flesh. Cadian commanders reported movements around the eye. Explorator teams vanished after opening chambers buried before mankind existed. Orc wars gathered beneath warlords, whose victories drew more greenskins from light years away. Cade raised one trembling hand. "Stop." The archive obeyed. Darkness returned to the vault. For a long time, neither man spoke. Cade could still see the names burning behind his eyelids. 10,000 years had not strengthened the Imperium into permanence. They had exhausted it. Every age had consumed something that the next age could not fully replace. Knowledge, trust, machinery, warriors, worlds, certainty. Yet the Imperium had become so immense that its decay had taken millennia to become visible as collapse. "The heresy never ended," Cade finally said. Dreg's face remained half hidden beyond the blackstone glow. "Now you understand the Long War?" "No, I mean all of it. Horus, the Emperor, the fear. We built 10,000 years around one wound and called the Scar civilization." The Inquisitor said nothing. The archive awakened again without being commanded. A world appeared beneath them, blue-white beneath the void, while something vast approached from interstellar darkness. It was not a traitor fleet. Its ships breathed. Another image replaced it, the fortress world of Cadia, beneath a sky stained by the eye of terror. Then Armageddon, where millions of greenskins descended through burning clouds. Then Macraga, then a dead planet whose buried metal inhabitants were beginning to rise. Cade stared as warning after warning multiplied across the galactic display. For 10,000 years mankind had decayed while believing the worst catastrophe lay behind it. The galaxy was about to correct that mistake. The thing that came to Tyron did not hate mankind. Marius Cade understood that distinction only after he had watched 3 worlds die beneath chaos and 100 more bleed beneath the failures of the Imperium. Hatred still acknowledged the existence of the hated. Hatred required memory, grievance, desire. The organism that crossed the intergalactic dark and entered Imperial space in the year recorded as 745 of the 41st millennium possessed none of those recognizable mercies. Hive Fleet Behemoth did not come to punish, convert, enslave, or conquer. It came because matter lived, and living matter could be consumed. The archive opened upon the death of Tyron and showed bioships hanging above the world like organs torn from some impossible god, their surfaces flexing where Imperial vessels possessed armor, their weapons grown rather than forged. Spore clouds fell through atmosphere thick enough to blacken the sky. Vanguard organisms reached the ground first, then gaunts in numbers that transformed landscape into motion. They did not charge as soldiers charged. They flowed. Lass fire cut them apart, and the bodies behind climbed across those in front. Heavy bolters opened thoraxes and scattered chitin, viscera, and twitching limbs across defensive walls. Still they came. A guardsman shot one creature through the head at a range close enough to shower his face with steaming ichor, then stared in horror as another gaunt used the corpse as footing and leapt over the parapet. Its talons entered through his throat and came out beneath the shoulder blade. He died gargling blood while the organism was already killing the next man. There was no roar of triumph, no curse, no hatred. The tyrannid fed because feeding was what it existed to do. Behemoth's path carried that hunger toward Macraga, where the Ultramarines met a war that refused every assumption upon which human military doctrine rested. Robut Gilliman's sons fought with methodical discipline, reducing approach lanes to prepared killing grounds, establishing overlapping fields of bolter and autocannon fire, cycling squads before ammunition exhaustion, and using armor to break concentrations of larger organisms before those beasts reached the lines. It worked. Thousands of tyrannids died, then tens of thousands. The hive mind altered the attack. Gaunts rushed positions only to draw fire, while larger bioforms approached beneath their cover. Creatures bred for tunneling erupted behind defensive emplacements. Living artillery hurled organisms and corrosive matter over fortifications. Winged forms descended upon reserve positions thought secure. The Ultramarines adjusted. The Tyrannids adjusted again. "It learns," Cade whispered, as the Blackstone image filled the vault with cold blue light. Dreg stood motionless beside him. "Not as we learn." A Carnifex reached an Imperial position after losing one forelimb and part of its head to concentrated fire. It struck a Predator tank broadside and lifted one track from the ground. The tank's sponson weapon fired directly into its torso, rupturing pale sacs beneath the armored plates. The beast answered by driving a scything limb through the turret ring. Metal shrieked. The vehicle split around the penetration. The gunner's upper body was crushed into the cupola, while the remaining crew burned alive beneath ammunition cook-off. Behind the Carnifex, gaunts poured through the gap before the wreck stopped moving. The first company held the polar fortresses, where cold became another weapon and another enemy. Terminator-armored veterans stood amid snow-colored black by Tyrannid ichor, storm bolters hammering in disciplined bursts. Each warrior carried centuries of experience inside plate, thick enough to turn aside weapons that would annihilate mortal infantry, and still, the Tyrannids dragged them down. "Eastern gallery breached," a veteran reported over the command net. His voice remained level, while scraping talons screamed against the far side of a bulkhead. "Estimate multiple warrior organisms. Secondary swarm behind." The reply came at once. "Hold the junction. No withdrawal." "Understood." The door burst inward. The first Tyrannid warrior came through beneath a storm of mass reactive fire, its chest erupting in slabs of shattered chitin and yellow meat. A second climbed over it. The Terminator crushed its skull with a power fist, the energized gauntlet turning bone and neural tissue into a spray that froze against his armor. 3 gaunts seized his legs. He stamped one into paste. Another tore open a flexible joint behind the knee. The veteran continued firing until a warrior's blade entered beneath his arm and punched deep enough to reach both hearts. He killed the creature before falling. His brothers died around him in the same fashion, not through cowardice, not through tactical incompetence, but because the enemy possessed more bodies than even Astartes could destroy before ammunition, armor, and flesh failed. When relief finally reached the polar positions, the first company was gone. Their Terminator plate lay scattered among mountains of alien remains, blue armor almost hidden beneath frozen blood. Behemoth had been defeated at terrible cost. The Imperium called it victory, because mankind remained alive to pronounce the word. Then Kraken came, and the comforting belief that Behemoth had been a singular horror died. The second Great Hive fleet did not descend as one obvious spear. It fragmented, spreading tendrils across wide regions, striking worlds separated by distances that made Imperial response painfully slow. Astropathic warnings arrived out of sequence, or after the planets named within them were already dead. One system reported an invasion, while Naval Command still considered the enemy months away. Another ceased communicating entirely, leaving only a final transmission in which the speaker screamed that the oceans were moving. Kraken fell upon Ayandan with such force that the ancient Eldari craft world bled its population into a defensive war against organisms that valued Eldari souls no more highly than human flesh. Wraith constructs walked beside the living because the dead had to be armed when the living became too few. Across Imperial territories, hive ships consumed worlds down to mineral exhaustion. Digestive pools covered plains. Capillary towers rose through clouds, pumping liquefied biomass toward orbit. Forests vanished. Seas were drained of organic richness. Corpses did not remain corpses long enough to become memorials. The Tyranids consumed their own dead beside the defenders they killed, reducing victory and defeat to the same raw material. Cade understood why Imperial commanders had begun speaking of hive fleets not as armies, but as weather fronts made from predation. There was no capital world to bombard, no monarch to assassinate, no political center from which surrender could be demanded. There was only the direction of hunger. Hive Fleet Leviathan made Kraken look like warning. Its tendrils approached through vectors that broke earlier assumptions about the Tyranid advance, and suddenly regions believed distant from the Xenos threat found living ships within their skies. Inquisitor Cryptman responded with cruelty on a scale even Dreg did not defend in words. The archive showed evacuation orders never issued because evacuation would take too long. Agri-worlds burned beneath Imperial bombardment before Tyranid organisms reached their atmosphere. Industrial planets were rendered unusable. Entire populations were condemned so that advancing hive fleets would find ash instead of biomass. Cade watched one governor receive the order through an astropathic transmission and read it 3 times before understanding. "There are 14 billion Imperial citizens on this world," the governor said. The inquisitorial functionary answering him displayed no expression. "There are considerably more behind it. You are ordering us to murder our own population. No, I am ordering you to deny the enemy 14 billion meals." The governor refused. Orbital forces carried out the command without him. Fire spread across continents, while defense batteries turned upward too late. Cryptman then committed the greater gamble, manipulating Tyranid movement toward the Orc Empire of Octarius in the hope that 2 enemies of mankind would destroy one another. Instead, he created a war in which both species found exactly what they desired: endless biomass for the Tyranids and endless battle for the Orcs. The Greenskins required no lesson in what to do with war. Armageddon had already learned that. The Industrial. world became one of the great slaughterhouses of the late Imperium, because Gazgakul Mag Uruk Thraka looked upon its furnaces, hive cities and continental manufactoria, and saw not strategic industry, but destiny. Orc fleets descended behind crude attack craft, and asteroids turned into weapons. Gargants marched beneath banners made from plates, skins and trophies. Battle wagons thundered through refinery districts, while guns bolted onto their hulls, fired with more enthusiasm than accuracy. Their crude appearance deceived commanders only once. Orc technology was violent, resilient, and manufactured in quantities that made refinement unnecessary. A Lehman Russ crew at Hive Hellsreach fired its battle cannon into a mob running through burning pipelines and erased the first ranks in a detonation that hurled green bodies across the roadway. More orcs charged through the smoke. One climbed onto the hull, hammered a chopper against the commander's hatch and shouted, "Open up, you cowards! We ain't walked all this way to crump the box." The commander opened the hatch just enough to fire a bolt pistol through the greenskin's mouth. Its skull burst behind the jaw. 2 more orcs climbed over the corpse before it fell. A crude rocket struck the Russ from the side. The interior became fire, shrapnel and men screaming beneath burning uniforms. The orcs cheered. To them, the exploding tank was not horror. It was evidence that the battle was improving. Gazkul understood warfare with an instinct that made Imperial officers uncomfortable whenever they dismissed him as a beast. He could gather wars because orcs believed strength justified obedience and victory proved strength. Every war he survived made the next army larger. His repeated assaults upon Armageddon transformed the planet into sacred ground by greenskin standards, a world where battle was plentiful enough to attract more battle. Sebastian Yarrick became the answer mankind required. Not a Primarch, not an Astartes, but a mortal commissar who refused to behave as though mortality mattered. Orcs learned his name. They learned the story of the arm he lost and the power claw he took from the greenskin that severed it. They learned that one of his eyes had been replaced by a weapon and exaggerated the tale until Yarrick became something closer to myth than officer. Gazkul respected that. "Do old Humies still alive?" the warlord demanded, when one subordinate reported Yarrick's presence. "Course he is. Too mean to die, dat one." "Good. Wouldn't be Armageddon proper without him." The subordinate laughed. Gazkul struck him hard enough to remove half his teeth. "I weren't joking, git." For Yarrick, the rivalry carried no affection. He stood before exhausted defenders and spoke without theatrics. "The orc does not tire of war. Therefore we must tire and continue. He does not fear death. Therefore fear is irrelevant. He believes this world belongs to him because he can take it. Our answer is very simple. He cannot." Armageddon burned while older enemies woke elsewhere. Tomb worlds opened beneath settlements whose inhabitants had built churches, mines and hive foundations over doors older than human evolution. Necron warriors rose from crypts where they had stood motionless through the birth and death of entire civilizations. Guardsmen meeting them for the first time fired lasrifles and watched green beams return. Gauss energy touched armor and stripped it away molecule by molecule. One soldier looked down as the flesh of his hand vanished from his fingers, then screamed when the disintegration climbed his forearm, skin and muscle peeling into incandescent particles before his eyes. His bones shone white for a heartbeat and then ceased existing. Necron warriors advanced through return fire without speaking. A direct hit blew one apart at the waist. Its torso fell. Moments later, metallic fragments dragged themselves across the ground, reforming under protocols that made human medici science appear like primitive superstition. Then, a monolith phased into the battlefield. It did not arrive from beyond the horizon. It became present. Guardsmen who had believed the Imperium old stared at machinery built when mankind's ancestors were still animals hiding beneath alien skies. Higher Necrons remembered enough to be offended by humanity's existence. A lord awakened beneath a world mapped in imperial records as a mining colony and listened as subordinate systems. Translated the current galactic age. 60 million years, he said, voice resonating through a body without lungs. And this is what infests our estates? A subordinate construct projected images of imperial cities. The Lord tilted his metallic skull. Destroy the surface settlements. Preserve the mineral infrastructure where practical. I will not have primitives damaging property simply because they have mistaken occupation for ownership. His warriors obeyed. To the Imperial defenders, the battle was apocalypse. To the Necron Lord, it was pest removal, delayed by an inconveniently long sleep. The Toe appeared almost absurdly young beside them. Their empire expanded from the galactic east, with the confidence of a civilization that believed technological progress and coordinated purpose could solve problems mankind had long since converted into religious mysteries. Fire warriors did not advance chanting hatred for the alien. They established range. Marker lights designated targets. Battlesuits used mobility to strike from angles. Imperial infantry considered impossible. Drones shifted firing solutions faster than human officers could relay orders through Vox chains. During one border engagement, an Imperial armored column moved into a valley, expecting the tow line to break under massed battle tanks. A Firecast commander watched target icons multiply across his display. Lead armor marked. Secondary elements hold fire. Crisis teams prepare western descent. Broadside teams engage on designation. Crimson points appeared across Imperial hulls. Railfire struck. The lead tank did not explode so much as become perforated by energy capable of punching through armor and everything behind it. The column stalled. Battlesuits descended onto the flank. Greater good preserve cohesion, the commander said. Do not chase the retreat. Kill only what threatens the objective. It was almost alien in its restraint. Cade found that unsettling after so many Imperial wars. The Toe were not harmless. Their empire demanded incorporation into the greater good, and opposition could still be broken by force. They were simply young enough to believe conquest and progress belonged to the same future. Yet none of those wars frightened Imperial strategists at Terra as intimately as the Eye of Terror. Abaddon had been striking at the Imperium for millennia, and only fools still described each withdrawal as proof that the despoiler had achieved nothing. Worlds had been ruined, artifacts taken, bastions tested, routes opened, defenders bled. The Black Crusades were not 13 attempts to run blindly from the Eye to Terror. They were chapters in a war planned by an enemy with time measured differently from mortal commanders. Cadia stood at the mouth of that hell as fortress, symbol, and lock. Its people had spent generations preparing for the day the final blow arrived. Kasser walls bristled with guns. Regiments drilled beneath the violet stain of the Eye hanging in the sky. Children learned that the planet did not belong to them. They belonged to the planet. Cade watched the warning screens multiply. Warp signatures bloomed beyond counting. Astropaths screamed themselves blind. The first Black Legion vessels broke into real space. Then came more. Traitor battleships, murderous escorts, demon-haunted hulls that had fought during the heresy, transports carrying armies that had waited 10,000 years to finish one war. Abaddon's fleet filled the approaches, while Cadian officers stared into tactical displays that could no longer represent every incoming contact. A commander inside one Kasser folded his hands behind his back as the ceiling shook beneath distant bombardment. An aide looked toward him. "Sir, Orbital Command confirms landings across 3 principal continents. Additional signatures inbound." "How many?" "They cannot determine." The commander looked toward the Eye of Terror, glowing beyond an armored observation slit. Then stopped counting. Across Cadia, warning sirens began. Basilisk crews loaded shells. Lehman Russ engines coughed into life. Infantry filed toward trenches beneath regimental banners. Hydra batteries rotated toward skies filling with descending craft. Priests invoked the Emperor. Commissars checked pistols. Cadian soldiers tightened chin straps, adjusted power packs, and waited. In the forbidden vault beneath Terra, Marius Cade knew what they did not. He knew Cadia would not merely fight. Cadia would break, and when it broke, the galaxy would break with it. Cadia had been born beneath a gun sight. Every generation raised beneath the violet wound of the Eye of Terror learned that before it learned almost anything else. Marius Cade watched the fortress world fill the Blackstone archive and understood immediately why outsiders misunderstood it. Cadia was not one bastion guarding one passage from hell. It was an entire civilization engineered around the expectation of invasion. Khazars rose like armored cities, their curtain walls layered with gun emplacements, ammunition vaults, command bunkers, and subterranean shelters. Manufactoria produced shells beside Hab districts, whose inhabitants could distinguish artillery calibers by sound. Children learned weapon discipline before adulthood because their parents had learned it from theirs. Shock troop regiments departed the world by the 1,000 and returned by the 100, carrying battle honors from campaigns fought across the Imperium. Now the planet that had exported soldiers to 1,000,000 wars required every weapon it possessed for itself. Basilisk batteries occupied prepared earthworks beneath camouflage netting, already torn by bombardment. Lehman Russ squadrons waited hull down behind ferrocrete revetments, their crews sleeping beside machines whose engines never truly cooled. Hydra platforms tracked skies thick with contacts. Imperial Navy fighters screamed between columns of descending enemy craft. Space Marine strike forces held critical bastions beside Cadian infantry, while tech priests moved through artillery parks, murmuring Binharic rites over breaches glowing from sustained fire. The Eye hung above them, vast enough to stain the night purple, and beneath that diseased light, the Cadians fought with the grim practicality of people who had spent 10,000 years expecting precisely this moment. Abaddon did not come to Cadia because rage had finally overwhelmed reason. He came because Cadia was the lock. For millennia, the Cadian Gate had constrained the easiest passages between the Eye and the wider Imperium, and the ancient pylons scattered across the world possessed properties even Imperial savants barely understood. Destroy the fortress world, destroy its defenses, disrupt the pylon network, and the wound in reality could become something greater. The despoiler brought not merely black legionaries, but alliances hammered together across the long war. Traitor warbands, corrupted mortal armies, demon engines, renegade fleets and champions who despised one another almost as much as they hated the Imperium. He gave them objectives instead of speeches. Orbital stations were isolated, supply lines were struck, defense platforms were forced to divide their fire, ground assaults pinned Cadian reserves, while other formations searched for weaknesses in command and infrastructure. When one Black Legion warlord demanded permission to throw his entire force against a heavily fortified Khazar, simply because Imperial banners were visible upon its walls, Abaddon regarded him across the hololithic command display of the vengeful spirit. "You may feed your warriors to their guns when their deaths purchase something," the Warmaster said. "Until then, you will obey." The warlord's armor creaked as he clenched his fists. Abaddon did not raise his voice. Horus lost an empire because he mistook power for inevitability. I will not repeat his failure to satisfy your pride. The warrior bowed. The next assault struck somewhere else. On the surface, there was nothing restrained about the result. A Cadian company held a highway, cutting through manufacturing ruins, while traitor armor attempted to force passage toward an artillery reserve. Battle cannon fire slammed between buildings and blew windows outward kilometers away. Infantry fought among wrecks, hot enough to blister exposed skin. Sergeant Halbrecht Venn crouched behind the track unit of a crippled chimera, while shells passed overhead with the sound of ripping sky. His platoon had begun the morning with more than 40 men,
17 answered his vox now. Second squad, watch the eastern ruins. Meltagun team, hold until the bastard shows its flank. Nobody fires early. A younger guardsman beside him was vomiting between his boots, not from fear, but from the smell. A Black Legion demon engine had died 20 meters away, and whatever had passed for its crew was
leaking from rents in its hull as a steaming mixture of blood, oil, and something that moved independently of both. The guardsman wiped his mouth. "Emperor, preserve us." Ven checked the charge on his las rifle. "He has other concerns. Watch your sector." The enemy tank emerged through smoke. The Meltagun team fired. Heat capable of turning armor into liquid struck beneath the sponson and bored into the hull. For a fraction of a second, nothing happened. Then the ammunition ignited. The turret lifted on a pillar of orange fire and came down upside down across the roadway. Cadians cheered until bolt rounds began arriving from the ruins behind it. One man lost the upper quarter of his skull and remained standing long enough for his brains to slide down the inside of his collar. Another bolt hit a guardsman beneath the ribs, penetrated, then burst inside his abdomen. His pelvis shattered outward with wet fragments of bowel and armor cloth. Black legionaries advanced through the wreck's fire, while Cadian lasguns hammered their plate. "Hold!" Ven shouted. "You Arcadians! Hold!" The enemy crossing the roadway should have been enough. Then the warp arrived with them. Shapes moved between the traitor Astartes that no military manual could classify without sounding like scripture. Demons spilled from rents in the air where blood had soaked deeply enough into the ground. One unfolded itself from the shadow beneath an abandoned tank and stood taller than the vehicle that had cast it. Cadian gunners fired because Cadian gunners had coordinates and ammunition and had been ordered to fire. Heavy bolter rounds tore cavities through translucent flesh. The wounds closed around mouths that screamed insults in voices stolen from dead soldiers. An officer called for artillery on his own position when the thing reached the trench. The battery commander 3 kilometers away hesitated only long enough to confirm the code. Basilisks fired. Shells descended on Cadian and demon alike. Men disappeared in walls of dirt and flame. The creature survived the first impact and lost half its body to the second. The third shell reduced it to burning vapor and teeth. Ven crawled from beneath a collapsed revetment with blood in one eye and found only 5 men moving. His vox clicked. "Command, Eastern Junction remains contested." Static answered. "Sergeant, can you hold?" He looked at the ruin of his platoon, at legs without owners protruding from rubble, at a guardsman trying to push his own intestines back through a torn flak jacket, while a medic told him lies. "Affirmative," Ven said. "Send ammunition." Such conversations occurred across Cadia until courage became indistinguishable from arithmetic. Ursakar E. Creed directed the defense as a commander who understood his planet could not survive by heroism alone. Units were moved, sacrificed, reinforced, or abandoned according to needs measured across continents. Armor reserves struck enemy spearheads that had overextended. Cassers continued firing after their surrounding districts had been consumed. Naval assets fought above the atmosphere, while ground crews patched aircraft between sorties with plates cut from wrecked machines. Even forces that had come from beyond Cadia began fighting like Cadians, because there was no other rhythm capable of matching the war. The defenders were being pressed backward, yet Abaddon's victory was not inevitable. Ancient Blackstone pylons began exerting their impossible influence more strongly as efforts were made to awaken their function. The eye itself seemed to recoil. Warp energies weakened. Demonic manifestations flickered. Creatures that had laughed at last fire suddenly screamed as reality hardened around them. Across the battlefield, traitor sorcery faltered, and Imperial officers dared, for several brief moments, to believe the planet might actually survive. Abaddon saw the same possibility and changed the scale of the problem. He had brought a Blackstone fortress to the war, one of the ancient star forts, whose destructive potential dwarfed ordinary vessels. When the fortress was crippled and its utility as a conventional weapon was lost, the War Master did not cling to it because it was valuable. He converted loss into ammunition. Orders flashed through the traitor fleet. Engines altered course. The massive structure began its descent toward Cadia. Cade moved closer to the archive despite himself. He threw it at the planet. Dreg's face remained colorless beneath the green-black glow. A fortress is only sacred to the man unwilling to spend it. The Cadians below did not initially understand what was falling. It was too large. The burning mass grew across the sky until men stopped firing simply to stare upward. Atmospheric friction sheared pieces from the structure, each fragment large enough to annihilate a city district when it struck. Defense lasers fired, naval guns fired. Nothing remaining in position could alter the trajectory enough. Sergeant Venn stood outside a shattered bunker with his last surviving trooper beside him and watched the sky become fire. "What is that?" the younger man whispered. Venn knew. He removed his helmet. "All batteries," a voice called over the surviving command net, still issuing orders because there was nothing else left for a soldier to do. "Continue engagement. Repeat, continue engagement." The younger guardsman began laughing. "At what?" Venn put the helmet back on. "The enemy." They returned to the firing step. The Blackstone fortress struck Cadia. There were weapons that destroyed cities and weapons that scoured continents. This was not a weapon in any conventional sense. It was mass converted into planetary murder. The impact drove force through crust and mantle. Mountain ranges jumped. Oceans rose from their basins. Casters vanished beneath waves of pulverized rock. Men were converted into mist before their nerves could carry pain. Elsewhere, the death came slowly enough to understand. Fissures opened beneath formations still firing. Tanks slid into cracks glowing red from below. A Baneblade attempted to reverse from a collapsing roadway, while infantry clawed at its hull for purchase. The ground folded. Tank and men disappeared together into molten darkness. Cities broke along fault lines. Atmosphere filled with debris until daylight became brown-black twilight. The pylon network failed amid the planetary destruction. Cadia's defenders had not surrendered. They had not been conquered in the manner strategists understood conquest. Their battlefield had been murdered beneath them. The world cracked while Cadian guns continued firing. Then the eye of terror opened wider. The galaxy screamed. Cade had no better word for what followed, because the archive itself became almost incoherent. Warp storms spread outward on a scale unseen since the ancient catastrophes he had witnessed at the beginning of the Chronicle. The Cicatrix Maledictum tore across the galaxy, an impossible wound stretching through vast reaches of real space. Systems vanished behind storms. Demons manifested upon worlds that had never recorded a major incursion. Astropathic choirs collapsed simultaneously, psychers bursting blood vessels or burning alive inside their sanctums as psychic pressure overwhelmed them. Warp routes that had functioned for millennia became lethal in moments. Ships translated from the Immaterium into systems nowhere near their plotted destinations. Others did not return at all. The Imperium, already held together by distances almost beyond comprehension, was cut in two. The Astronomicon failed. For those who had never traveled the warp, the phrase sounded technical. For navigators, it was the extinguishing of the only lighthouse they had ever trusted inside an ocean filled with predators. A troop transport carrying 3 guard regiments entered the Immaterium with Terra's beacon visible to its navigator and lost it halfway through passage. The navigator screamed for translation to real space. The captain ordered emergency emergence. The ship broke back into the material universe near an uncharted red star with its Geller field flickering. 20 decks had suffered manifestations during the final seconds of passage. Armsmen entered a cargo compartment and found more than 800 soldiers dead without external injury, every corpse kneeling toward the same bulkhead. On another deck, Something had turned the crew inside out and arranged their bodies in a circle around the word open. The transport attempted to transmit its position. No astropathic reply came. They did not know whether Terra still existed. Across the darkened half of the Imperium, worlds discovered what isolation meant. Governors waited for orders that never arrived. Shrine worlds watched the heavens and saw no answering fleet. Planets dependent upon imported food began rationing within weeks. Systems already under Orc assault realized reinforcements were no longer coming. Chaos cults emerged in cities where the disappearance of the Emperor's light was interpreted as proof that he had finally died. Priests rang bells until mobs dragged them from cathedrals. In Imperium Nihilus, night became political geography. The Imperium still claimed those worlds. Claim and rescue were no longer the same thing. Yet Cadia's death produced another chain of events no strategist on either side had fully calculated. Survivors carried more than memory from the catastrophe. The strange alliance forming around Archmagos Belisarius Cawl became entangled with the newly risen Inari, followers of the nascent Aeldari death god Inead. Yvraine stood at the center of that alien movement, and mankind's desperation forced cooperation that would once have earned summary execution from almost any imperial authority. The path eventually led toward Macraga and the shrine-like chamber where Robut Guilliman had remained suspended in stasis for more than 10,000 years, frozen at the edge of death from the poisoned wound Fulgrim had given him. Cade watched the chamber open and felt the vault around him become colder. Guilliman had been preserved as relic and corpse in waiting, his throne surrounded by generations who had known him only through statues, catechisms, and impossible legends. Cowl's work and Yvraine's intervention changed that. The armor of fate enclosed the Primarch's body, mechanisms older and newer than the Imperium interacting around flesh that had not moved since an age when the Emperor still possessed living sons. Then Robut Guilliman breathed. The first breath became a convulsion. The second became a roar of returning life. His eyes opened. Black Legion warriors were already attacking Macraga. Guilliman rose into battle. He did not have time to comprehend 10,000 years before he was required to kill for them. The avenging sun entered combat in armor, designed partly to sustain the life just restored to him, wielding strength that made Astartes appear merely human by comparison. A traitor legionary fired at point-blank range. Guilliman crossed the distance before the warrior could correct his aim. The hand of Dominion struck the traitor's chest and collapsed ceramite, ribcage, and both hearts into a cavity driven almost through his spine. Another Black Legionary charged with a power blade. Guilliman turned the strike, seized him by the gorget, and hurled him hard enough to break his body against a marble column. Around him, Ultramarines who had worshipped the idea of their Gene Father suddenly heard the living Primarch issuing orders in the language of war. Secure the eastern galleries. Seal every route to the lower sanctum. Do not pursue beyond supporting range. Break their command elements, and the assault loses cohesion. They obeyed because the voice came from 10,000 years ago and spoke as though only an hour had passed. The horror arrived afterward. Guilliman saw what mankind had become. He found temples dedicated to the Father who had forbidden worship. He saw priests invoke the Emperor as God, and billions live beneath institutions whose inefficiency would once have been considered intolerable. He encountered technology maintained by ritual, knowledge buried under prohibition, and administrative systems grown so vast that no single reform could touch them without creating famines, rebellions, and strategic collapse elsewhere. The Imperium, he remembered, had been brutal, expansionist, and authoritarian, but it had claimed a future. This civilization regarded survival itself as sacred achievement. "You call him a god," Guilliman said to an Imperial official whose hands trembled despite every effort to conceal it. "My lord, he is the God Emperor of mankind." He denied divinity. the official swallowed. For 10,000 years, his servants have known otherwise. Gilliman's expression hardened, but he did not order the man's execution. That restraint cost him more than anger would have. He was a Primarch built to impose systems upon chaos, and every system surrounding him had become load-bearing corruption. Tear down the ecclesiarchy in one command, and worlds might revolt while the Great Rift burned. Purge the administratum, and fleets could starve, while new officials learned which ancient errors were secretly keeping sectors alive. Abolish superstition from the Mechanicus, and the Imperium might lose machines nobody living knew how to replace. Gilliman had returned with the power of a demigod and discovered the most maddening possible enemy, a civilization too broken to repair quickly and too necessary to discard. Belisarius Cael offered him weapons. For thousands of years, the Archmagos had continued work begun under authority stretching back toward the aftermath of the heresy. Now sealed vaults opened. Primaris Space Marines awakened. They were taller and physically more powerful than the firstborn brethren who had carried the Adeptus Astartes through the preceding millennia, equipped with newly introduced patterns of war gear, whose existence caused equal parts awe and outrage within institutions that treated innovation as heresy. Mark X Tacticus armor enclosed transhuman bodies bred for wars already underway. Bolt rifles gave disciplined squads increased range and killing power. Repulsor gravitic battle tanks carried heavy weapon arrays into formations that had never possessed them before. Cael spoke of improvement. Many tech priests heard blasphemy. Gilliman heard necessity. "How many?" he asked. Cael's mechanical body shifted as internal processors considered the question through layers of stored data. "Enough to begin, Lord Gilliman." "That is not what I asked." "No," Cael agreed. "It is the answer available." The Primarch stared at him for a long moment, and then looked toward hololithic projections of an Imperium cut open from end to end. "Then begin." Gilliman's road to terror became a crusade before the Greater Crusade had even been declared. He fought through a galaxy where every journey had become war. When at last he reached the throne world and entered the Imperial Palace, he walked through monuments raised to events he remembered as memories. Custodes watched him pass. Pilgrims outside would have killed one another for the privilege of seeing his shadow. Deep within the palace, Robut Gilliman entered the presence of the Emperor. What passed between them belonged to no reliable witness. Gilliman emerged, changed. He accepted command because rejection would condemn worlds that had no one else capable of coordinating their defense. Lord Commander of the Imperium, Imperial Regent, titles accumulated around a son who had once helped rebuild mankind after Horus, and now discovered he had been summoned to perform the task again with fewer resources, worse enemies, and half the galaxy hidden behind hell. The response was mobilization, on a scale not seen since the Great Crusade. Orders spread from Terra. Fleets assembled in Sol. Astra Militarum regiments arrived by the millions, packed into troop transports beside armor, artillery, and supplies sufficient to feed wars across sectors. Adeptus Mechanicus contingents brought Skitari cohorts and engines of war. Space Marine chapters contributed strike forces. Custodes prepared to leave the throne world in numbers unseen for millennia. Primaris formations waited beneath new heraldry, or the colors of chapters they had been created to reinforce. Navy battleships gathered around transports until the void around Terra resembled the departure Cade had witnessed 10,000 years earlier. Gilliman stood before the strategic display and looked upon an empire divided by a wound that reached across the galaxy. No plan could save every world. That was the first truth. The second was that doing nothing would save none. Battle groups will advance along separate axes, Gilliman ordered. Priority is restoration of stable routes, reinforcement of surviving bastions, and destruction of enemy concentrations before they consolidate. Do not attempt to defend every world. We cannot. Preserve what permits us to save the next." A general bowed his head. "And the worlds beyond reach, my lord?" Gilliman's eyes remained on the darkness of Imperium Nihilus. "We reach them when we can." The answer condemned billions without naming them. It also gave billions a chance. In the forbidden vault beneath Terra, Cade realized the archive was no longer showing him ancient history. These orders had shaped the age into which he himself had been born. Some of the ships he saw gathering above Terra might still exist. Some of the Primaris warriors standing in formation might be fighting at that very moment beneath another sun. 10,000 years of chronicle had caught up with him. Above the vault, the Golden Throne continued drinking souls. Beyond Terra, the great rift burned across the heavens. And from Sol, beneath the authority of a resurrected sun who despised much of what he had returned to save, the Indomitus Crusade began. The Indomitus Crusade did not leave Terra as an army marching toward one battlefield. It erupted from Sol as an attempt to impose direction upon a civilization that had forgotten what direction meant. Marius Cade watched Crusade battle groups separate across the Strategium projection until each became its own moving kingdom of war. Imperial Navy battleships and grand cruisers surrounded by escorts, strike cruisers carrying Adeptus Astartes, troop transports packed with Astra Militarum regiments, Mechanicus vessels whose holds contained Scitari cohorts, servitor battalions and engines wrapped in sensors and chains, ammunition ships, forge tenders, hospital vessels, fuel carriers, astropathic relays, and thousands of smaller craft whose destruction could cripple a campaign as surely as the loss of a battleship. Roboute Guilliman had inherited an empire severed by the Cicatrix Maledictum and responded with organization on a scale no mortal staff could have conceived. To lesser commanders, the crusade was fleets and banners. To Guilliman, it was tonnage, warp routes, replacement rates, food expenditure, munitions production, shipyard capacity, and time. "An army without supply is a mob awaiting starvation," he told a gathering of commanders as tactical light covered his armor in shifting colors. "A victory we cannot reinforce becomes a battlefield we will fight twice. You will therefore resist the temptation to confuse conquest with recovery." Around him, generals, admirals, chapter masters, and Mechanicus representatives listened. None questioned whether worlds would be retaken. Guilliman's concern was whether the Imperium could afford to keep them afterward. On one world recorded only through a damaged battlegroup chronicle, the counterstroke began in orbit. The planet's principal cities had fallen to heretic forces after the Great Rift severed communication with neighboring systems, and enemy batteries occupied the equatorial defense grid. Imperial vessels translated into real space beyond weapons range, reformed under combat acceleration, and began the methodical destruction of orbital assets. Macro cannon batteries fired shells the size of hab blocks across the void. Lance strikes burned through defensive platforms until their armor glowed white and ruptured outward. Naval attack craft followed through the debris, hunting surviving weapons emplacements before troop ships committed to descent. Only when the sky had been made sufficiently survivable did the invasion begin. Drop pods struck ahead of the mass landings, carrying Primaris Space Marines directly into command nodes, while Valkyries and heavy transports descended behind fighter screens. Astra Militarum regiments secured landing zones beneath artillery umbrellas. Scitari deployed noospheric beacon networks before the first armor columns rolled from their embarkation craft. Repulsor grav tanks moved beside Primaris infantry, their weapon arrays tracking targets through dust, while Lehman Russ companies formed the slower iron spine behind them. An intercessor sergeant watched enemy armor appear through Manufactorum ruins and spoke into the squad channel without raising his voice. "Armored contact, Northwestern Avenue. 2nd Squad marks infantry. Brother Castor, designate the lead vehicle. Fire on my authority." Bolt rifles cracked in controlled rhythm while a repulsor's heavy weapons opened.
The enemy tank vanished behind converging impacts. Advance. Do not pursue beyond the intersection. The guard will exploit the breach. There was no charge for glory. The Astartes broke the hinge. Mortal armies opened the door. Planetary reconquest became uglier once the spearhead passed the landing zone. Heretic militia had fortified worker districts whose populations could not be cleanly separated from combatants. Basilisk rounds dropped into defensive sectors while refugees moved through them. Infantry cleared habitation blocks room by room. Laser guns burned neat holes through flesh at distance and made greater ruin when fired into exposed faces at close range. Bolt weapons were worse. A traitor firing from behind a pressure door took a mass-reactive shell through the abdomen. The detonation tore his spine apart and painted the wall behind him with bowel, kidney, and fragments of pelvis. His companion surrendered before the Space Marine stepped through the breach. The Astartes looked past the kneeling man toward the tactical rune hovering inside his helm display. Prisoner collection is 3 streets east. Move. The man stared, surprised to remain alive. The legionary had already forgotten him. 40 kilometers away, guard armor broke through an industrial perimeter, while engineers repaired a bridge under mortar fire. 5 days later, the capital fell. 11 days later, Guilliman's administrators were already arguing over agricultural output, replacement governors, and whether the surviving population could meet emergency tithe requirements. The crusade did not conquer for spectacle. It conquered so that the next fleet could use the system to reach somewhere worse. Every victory revealed somewhere worse. That became Guilliman's true enemy. Cade watched distress signals accumulate around the Primarch's strategium, like wounds opening faster than surgeons could close them. One sector required reinforcement against orcs. Another reported a demonic incursion. A chapter petitioned for Primaris reinforcements after losing most of its battle brothers. A Forge world warned that if its shipping lane remained closed, 3 neighboring crusade groups would run short of plasma containment assemblies. Guilliman moved forces and knew exactly what each decision meant. Send a battle group toward the Forge world, and the besieged Shrine worlds farther spinward would receive nothing. Preserve the Shrine worlds, and armor production elsewhere could collapse. Prioritize industrial continuity, Guilliman ordered. A cardinal protested that billions of pilgrims remained trapped. The Primarch's face hardened. And how many soldiers die when 3 armies lose their replacement engines? I will not trade 10 worlds for one, because its priests possess louder voices. The room went silent. Guilliman looked at the casualty projections himself. He did not pretend the numbers were not lives. That made the decision more difficult, and no less necessary. The Emperor had once forced humanity toward one future, because he believed no alternative could preserve the species. His son now found himself performing the same arithmetic, one collapsing sector at a time. Mortarion understood where that burden could hurt him. While Guilliman carried the crusade away from Ultramar, the Death Guard moved against the realm his brother had built. Their invasion did not resemble the clean operational violence of an Astartes assault. Nurgle's servants made environment itself hostile. Worlds did not merely fall, they sickened. Atmospheric processes became vectors for spores. Water systems carried infections that bloated the dead until their skin split. Refugee convoys brought disease behind defensive lines. Soldiers victorious in morning engagements collapsed before nightfall, coughing fragments of their own lungs into respirators. Death Guard legionaries advanced through chemical storms that dissolved mortal skin, their ancient armor swollen with corrosion, tubes and diseased growths. Bolter impacts tore chunks from them and released clouds of flies. Some wounds closed beneath colonies of writhing larvae. Others remained open because the legionary no longer required the organs hanging from them. A guardsman fired until his lasergun's power pack overheated, striking a plague marine repeatedly across the chest. The traitor looked down at the smoking holes in his plate. "Still counting wounds?" he rasped through a grill clogged with fungal growth.
You poor little corpse. You still think death arrives only once. His bolter fired. The guardsman's torso burst apart. The Death Guard walked through what remained. The Plague Wars dragged Guilliman back toward Ultramar, because Mortarion was not simply raiding territory. He was attacking meaning. Ultramar represented the closest thing Guilliman possessed to proof that human civilization could function through order rather than perpetual crisis, and Nurgle answered order with corruption. Hospitals overflowed. Quarantine zones became battle lines. Entire regiments were burned after victory because Medici examinations discovered infection spreading through them. Guilliman ordered sterilization bombardments against regions his own people had spent generations building. Mortarion knew his brother would calculate every loss, and therefore made every calculation painful. Where Guilliman wanted systems to persist, Mortarion demonstrated that systems could become vectors of decay. The Death Lord had once despised tyrants who condemned populations to poisonous lives beneath the rule of overlords. Now he carried poison as sacrament and called submission to Nurgle liberation from fear. "You still build cages and name them civilization," Mortarion told his brother during one exchange carried through corrupted communications. "Your father taught you well." Guilliman's answer came without anger. "And yours taught you to mistake surrender for freedom." Static swallowed whatever followed. Ajax became the ugliest expression of that war because it had once been a sanctuary for the wounded. Garden districts, Medici complexes, and convalescent facilities had received soldiers broken in defense of Ultramar. Nurgle's forces turned healing into obscenity. Hospital ventilation systems exhaled spores. Surgical wards filled with corpses whose bodies continued swelling after death until sheets tore around them. Medici servitors dragged patients through corridors slick with infected fluids, while warning runes multiplied faster than attendants could acknowledge them. One recovering guardsman awoke because something warm had fallen across his face. The patient in the cot beside him had ruptured. Yellow-grey matter covered the wall. Intestines hung over the bed rail, while hundreds of tiny flies crawled from the cavity where the man's abdomen had been. The guardsman tried to stand. His legs refused. He looked beneath his blanket and saw black veins spreading under his own skin. Around him, patients began praying. Some asked the Emperor to save them. Others begged simply to die before whatever was growing inside them finished. Kugath, the Plague Father, labored behind that corruption with the monstrous diligence of a creature seeking perfection in disease. The weapon called the Godblight was intended for Guilliman himself, an infection created to do what traitor blades and 10,000 years of history had failed to accomplish. Mortarion drew his brother toward Ajax, while Nurgle's power transformed the world towards something no longer fully material. Trees became swollen columns of diseased flesh. Marshes formed where streets had existed. Bells rang without hands. Demons waddled through gardens carpeted with bodies, while Nurglings played inside ruptured corpses as though viscera were festival ribbons. Yet beneath all the grotesquerie lay strategy. The planet was bait. Guilliman knew it might be bait, and went because command did not always permit avoidance of traps, when refusing them meant surrendering everything behind them. The brothers met as opposites chained by different masters. Mortarion descended beneath ruined skies on tattered wings, surrounded by vapors toxic enough to kill unprotected mortals with a breath. Guilliman came in the armor of fate, carrying the Emperor's burning sword, its flame one of the few things around which Nurgle's corruption seemed unwilling to linger. Mortarion laughed without joy. Still wearing father's chains, Guilliman raised the blade. "You mistake responsibility for bondage because you have forgotten what choice feels like." Mortarion's scythe moved. Guilliman turned the stroke, and the impact cracked the ground beneath them. "Choice?" the demon Primarch hissed. "You returned from death and immediately knelt beneath his empire. You command because he requires you to command. You suffer because he requires you to suffer. Tell me again, which of us is free?" Gilliman drove forward through poison fog. Neither. For an instant, Mortarion hesitated, and Cade understood why the answer carried more hatred than denial would have done. Their battle tore through the diseased landscape, with the violence of the heresy returned. Primarch weapons struck hard enough to rupture armor that could survive anti-tank fire. Gilliman's sword burned corrupted flesh to ash. Mortarion's scythe carved through stone and ceramite. Around them, Death Guard and Imperial warriors annihilated one another, while demons crawled through reality. Gilliman fought with discipline. Mortarion fought with the endurance of something for whom injury had become irrelevant. The trap closed. Godblight entered Gilliman. His transhuman body fought it and lost. Veins darkened beneath his skin. His breathing failed. The Primarch, who had survived Fulgrim's poison, stasis, resurrection, and a galaxy's collapse, fell before a disease designed specifically to kill him. Mortarion stood over his brother, and for a moment, the Plague God's design appeared complete. Then the archive ceased behaving like history. Light entered the vision. Cade flinched hard enough to step backward from the blackstone slab. Dreg remained beside him, but the Inquisitor's hand had moved unconsciously toward the rosette at his chest. Gilliman should have been dead. Instead, his eyes opened amid radiance that did not resemble the glow of machinery or the witch light of common psychic manifestation. Fire spread through corruption. The Garden of Nurgle itself seemed to recoil beyond the veil between worlds. Diseased growths blackened. Demons screamed. Mortarion's certainty vanished as something immeasurably greater pressed through the dying Primarch, whether as will, power, possession, miracle, or some phenomenon for which Imperial theology had built too many answers, and history preserved too few. Gilliman rose. The flame consuming the corrupted ground did not behave like ordinary fire. Mortarion heard the summons of his patron and knew fear. Then the demon Primarch was taken from the confrontation, dragged back toward the consequences awaiting him within Nurgle's domain. Cade stared at the frozen image after the archive steadied. The Emperor. Dreg did not answer immediately. Perhaps. You saw it. I saw a record filtered through witnesses, psychic phenomena, and institutions that call every inexplicable salvation divine intervention. He was dead. So was the Emperor once, according to men who watched him carried from the vengeful spirit. Cade looked upward, despite the kilometers of terror between the vault and the throne. What has he become? That, Dreg said, may be the most dangerous question in the Imperium. The answer would not come from the warp, because elsewhere in the galaxy, the warp was being strangled. The Pariah Nexus spread through the Nephilim sector as a region of impossible psychic stillness created through Necron Blackstone technologies. After 10 chapters of screaming demons, warp storms, and gods feeding upon emotion, Cade found the silence worse. Astropaths entered affected systems and could no longer hear the Empyrean properly. Human crews lost motivation. Soldiers sat against bulkheads and stared at their weapons because the act of lifting them seemed suddenly meaningless. Priests attempted sermons and forgot why faith mattered halfway through the words. The phenomenon later called the stilling did not tear bodies open. It hollowed out the impulse that made a body care whether it remained alive. Imperial vessels entering the Nexus found themselves in a region where familiar metaphysical assumptions failed. Warp travel became perilous. Psychic powers weakened. Demons could not easily manifest where the network's influence held. To an Imperial commander who had spent his life fighting chaos, that should have sounded like deliverance. Then the Necrons arrived. Gauss fire stripped Skitarii apart in incandescent layers. Living metal reknitted itself after Imperial weapons shattered it. Monoliths translated through battle zones, while Blackstone structures pulsed with energies Mechanicus adepts understood only well enough to covet. The Nexus was not salvation from chaos. It was another ancient power imposing its preferred form of reality upon everyone trapped inside it. At the center of the awakening stood Sarek. The Silent King had returned. Cade looked upon the figure whose decision had condemned the Necrontyr 60 million years earlier and felt the chronology close around itself. Sarek had watched Old Ones fall, Satan shatter, and stars shift position over geological ages. The entire Imperium, from unification to Guilliman's resurrection, occupied less than a fraction of his memory. Humanity's oldest wars were recent disturbances to him, yet his return did not unite the Necrons completely. Pride had survived biotransference, where flesh had not. Dynasties resisted. Imhotep, the Stormlord, rejected the authority of the ancient monarch and gathered support around his own claims, setting deathless nobles against one another, while the younger races died between their armies. Sarek regarded a projection of Imperial forces moving through the Nexus. They have multiplied.
A Necron noble inclined his head. The human infestation has proven persistent. Persistence is not sovereignty. No, my king. Sarek's gaze shifted toward another set of dynastic sigils, those whose allegiance had moved toward Imhotep. And defiance is not independence merely because the rebel survives long enough to name it so. The noble remained silent. Necrons had possessed millions of years in which to refine the wisdom of not answering a monarch's anger. Belisarius Cawl entered that ancient dispute with the enthusiasm of a tech priest discovering a locked door. Blackstone possessed properties the Imperium desperately needed. Manipulated one way, it could suppress the warp. Manipulated another, it offered possibilities against the Great Rift itself. Cawl therefore drove Mechanicus forces deeper into Necron territory, while more cautious minds called the endeavor madness. Skitarii marched beneath Nuspheric command streams, radium weapons and galvanic rifles firing through green-lit ruins. Cataphron servitors ground across floors carved before terror possessed complex life. Tech priests chanted to machines that Necron cryptex regarded as barbaric imitations of principles their civilization had mastered before humanity existed. A Skitarii cohort encountered Necron warriors inside one subterranean complex, and the battle became an argument between two philosophies of machine war. Skitarii advanced under constant data exchange, target priority shifting across their visual fields as casualties altered firing solutions. Hostile construct cluster designated Alpha, concentrate galvanic discharge, advanced probability of destruction, acceptable. Necron warriors answered without speech. Gauss beams passed through the front rank. One Skitarius lost his rifle, hands and chest in the same emerald wash, body becoming glowing particulate matter before augmetics struck the floor. The survivors adjusted firing arcs around the space he had occupied. Necron bodies fell under concentrated volleys and began repairing themselves. Neither side possessed enough humanity left to scream properly. Far behind them, Cawl's servants harvested Blackstone fragments, while alarms warned that something much larger was awakening below. The Indomitus Crusade had therefore accomplished exactly what the Imperium required, and nothing resembling what mankind desired. Guilliman had prevented immediate disintegration. Worlds had been retaken, chapters had been reinforced, routes reopened, armies reorganized. Mortarian's attempt to destroy Ultramar had failed. The Imperium still existed. That was the victory. Beyond it burned the Great Rift. Imperium Nihilus remained stranded beneath skies where the Emperor's light could not reliably reach. Tyrannid hive fleets moved through the dark. Orcs gathered wherever war promised more war. Necron dynasties awoke beneath worlds humanity believed it owned. The Silent King pursued plans conceived on a timescale that made Imperial strategy look like panic. Imhotep challenged him. Cawl reached toward technologies mankind barely understood. Chaos remained within mankind's borders, institutions and dreams. Somewhere beyond ordinary reality, four gods continued their endless game.
Cade watched Gilliman stand before a strategic map crowded with so many threat markers that regions of the galaxy disappeared beneath them. An officer asked which front had priority. The Primarch studied the map for a long time. "All of them," he said. No one laughed. The Imperium had survived the opening catastrophe of the era Indomitus. Survival had purchased it nothing except the privilege of fighting the next war. The Arcs of Omen came from the dark, like fortresses torn from a lunatic god's dreams, and wherever they appeared, Imperial augurs struggled to decide whether they were warships, space hulks, or migrating pieces of the warp-given armor. Marius Cade watched one drift across the Blackstone archive beneath Terra, its silhouette formed from fused wrecks, corrupted engines, ancient hull sections and structures whose provenance predated the Imperium. Abaddon had found in Vashtor the Archiphane something chaos rarely produced, a creature whose ambition expressed itself through construction rather than simple ruin. Vashtor did not serve Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, or Slaanesh as a common devotee served a master. He trafficked in industry, invention, demon engines, contracts, and the corruption.
Created whenever a thinking being built a weapon and discovered how much it enjoyed using it. Abaddon distrusted demonkind and therefore treated the Alliance as exactly what it was, a transaction. Vashtor provided the arcs and knowledge of fragments scattered across the galaxy. Abaddon provided the warriors capable of taking them. "You will have your key," the despoiler told the demon within a chamber where machinery moved like exposed muscle beneath iron walls. "Because your key serves my war. Do not mistake usefulness for trust." Vashtor's metallic wings shifted behind him with the grind of a manufacturum execution engine. "Trust is the currency of sentimental creatures, Warmaster. I prefer contracts." Abaddon stared into eyes glowing with furnace light. "Then remember what happens to creditors who overestimate what I owe them." The arcs struck worlds, orbital stations, and void installations according to purposes their defenders rarely understood. One Imperial cruiser met such a vessel during a failed interception and discovered that the horror of the campaign became more intimate once boarding began. Terminators translated directly into the ship's internal decks, while traitor legionaries came through breaching torpedoes, and cultists followed behind them in shrieking masses. Naval armsmen held a passage less than 3 meters wide, lass fire flashing between bulkheads, while automatic doors opened and closed beneath emergency protocols that no longer understood which sections remained part of the ship. A black legionary appeared through smoke. The first lass bolt scorched his pauldron. The second struck his breastplate. He fired once. The bolt shell entered an armsman's chest, buried itself beneath sternum and heart, then detonated. The man's torso burst outward against the bulkhead, ribs and lung tissue striking the sailors behind him, hard enough to make them recoil. "Hold the junction!" the lieutenant shouted. A second bolt tore his right arm from the shoulder. He fell spraying arterial blood across deck plates, while his remaining men continued firing over him. The Black Legionary advanced. Behind him came something built from machinery and demon flesh, its claws striking sparks from the floor. Then a warning klaxon changed pitch. The outer hull had been breached. Atmosphere screamed down the passage, dragging corpses, shell casings, and living men toward the rupture. One sailor caught a handrail and held until another body struck him at the waist. Both disappeared into space. The survivors of the firefight died without ever knowing which enemy had opened the hull. Such butcheries were merely tools in Vashtor's search. Key fragments were taken from hidden vaults, ancient machines and sites, whose significance became apparent only after the Archiphane had already destroyed those defending them. The Imperium saw apparently disconnected raids. Vashtor saw components. Abaddon saw the possibility that the assembled artifact might open something even the Long War had not yet reached. Their alliance was therefore more dangerous than a simple chaos invasion. Khorne could drown a system in blood. Nurgle could make planets rot. Tzeentch
could turn allies into conspirators. Slaanesh could hollow empires through desire. Vashtor offered another path to damnation, the weapon maker who asked only whether the next device could be made larger, more efficient, and less bound by the inconvenient distinction between mechanism and soul. Then Angron returned, and subtlety became difficult to remember. The Red Angel descended upon the current age, carrying 10,000 years of damnation inside a body that had ceased to belong wholly to matter. He was no longer merely the gladiator Primarch, whose butcher's nails had translated every heartbeat into pain. Khorne had made that pain immortal. Wings spread behind him like ragged slabs of blood-dark hide. Brass and armor had grown into flesh. His roar struck mortal soldiers with physical force, and wherever he entered battle, discipline decayed around him as though rage possessed gravity. World Eaters followed because his presence gave shape to everything the nails demanded. Their Vox channels ceased carrying coherent reports. Objectives dissolved into distances between one victim and the next. "Blood!" one legionary roared, as his chain axe bit through a Space Marine's gorget and filled the air with shredded throat. "Blood for the blood god!" Another had lost half his face and did not notice. He seized a wounded guardsman by both ankles, smashed him head first against a tank hull, and kept striking long after the skull had collapsed into a red smear. Tactical necessity had ended several blows earlier. Worship had not. Angron's assault upon the choral engine unleashed the murder curse across most of an Indomitus fleet, turning warriors who had sailed beneath the Emperor's authority into killers possessed by supernatural bloodlust. Vashtor profited from the devastation and continued assembling his design. The pieces eventually drew the Unforgiven toward a destination calculated to wound them before the first weapon fired. What waited at the fringe of the Somnium stars appeared to be a planet assembled from broken pieces, joined by sorcery and impossible machinery. The Dark Angels recognized the fragments. Caliban, their dead homeworld, had been rebuilt as blasphemy. Vashtor named it Wormwood. Iron forests covered its surface. Chimneys rose from mountains. Vast mechanisms turned beneath continental plates, while demon engines crawled through manufactoria, where machinery screamed as though something living had been hammered into every gear. The Dark Angels attacked, because no son of the First Legion could look upon that desecration and withdraw. The Rock advanced behind the assembled might of the Unforgiven, while Strikecraft descended toward Wormwood. Azrael's forces punched through defensive positions with controlled fury, bolters firing into cultists, and traitor Astartes, while orbiting warships, traded lance fire around them. Then, the Vengeful Spirit appeared with Abaddon and the Greater Chaos host, and what had looked like assault became entrapment. Black Legion vessels closed on Imperial ships. The Ark of Omen Aurak Myriad entered the Void battle. On Wormwood, Azrael's warriors fought deeper into the Warpforge Palace, passing walls where human torsos had been riveted into machinery, eyes still blinking between cables entering opened skulls. One cultist crawled toward a fallen Dark Angel with both legs missing and detonated an explosive charge against the legionary's armor. When the smoke cleared, the Astartes still lived. He rose with one pauldron split and fired into the remaining cultists until nothing upright remained. At the heart of the assault, prayer became explosion. Blood and warp light erupted from the great altar before Azrael's forces, and Angron emerged from the sacrifice. The first Dark Angel he struck ceased to resemble a space marine. Gorechild passed through Ceramite, both arms and the chest between them, scattering organs across the warriors behind. Another fired his plasma weapon into the demon Primarch at close range. The blast burned flesh from Angron's side and exposed blackened ribs. The wound began knitting while he was still moving. Azrael ordered disciplined withdrawal toward supporting formations because courage could not convert impossible odds into sensible tactics. Angron pursued. Every death empowered the atmosphere around him. Blood rose from the floor in droplets that moved against gravity. World Eaters poured into the breach behind their Gene Father, and Dark Angels who had survived centuries of war found themselves giving ground before a thing that had once stood beside their ancestors beneath the Emperor's banners. The arrival of the Blood Angels altered the battle, but it did not tame it. Commander Dante brought Imperial forces into the Wormwood system, and with him came a secret older than almost every warrior alive. Lionel Johnson had returned. The Lion had awakened not into Guilliman's half of the Imperium, where fleets still followed the Astronomicon and administrative orders could cross great distances with difficulty, but into the darkness of Imperium Nihilus. Guilliman returned as regent, organizer, and statesman, because those were weapons suited to his nature. The Lion returned as a hunter. He moved through isolated worlds and doomed enclaves by means that seemed almost supernatural, gathering sons and allies while carrying relics from an age everyone around him knew only through scripture. Fealty rested in his hand. The Emperor's shield guarded his arm. He had once hunted beasts through the forests of Caliban. Now the forest was the Imperium's darkened half, and the beasts possessed starships. Dante reached Wormwood before the Lion's intervention could decide the battle. Blood Angels and their elite warriors fought.
Angron amid collapsing towers, while World Eaters murdered everything between them and their Primarch. Dante's age had survived horrors that should have killed him 100 times, but Angron belonged to another category of violence. The demon Primarch hurled battle tanks as lesser warriors hurled stones. His blows shattered masonry around targets he missed. Warriors caught beneath his weapons vanished into sprays of armor fragments and meat. Dante fought because withdrawal would leave everyone behind him to die, and eventually even his ancient endurance failed. Angron raised the killing blow over the fallen commander. The Emperor's shield met it. The impact cracked the ground. Lionel Johnson stood between Angron and his prey. For a heartbeat, the surrounding battle seemed almost too small for the hatred between them, but neither Primarch fought in isolation. Dark Angels and Blood Angels were still dying around the brothers. World Eaters still hacked through loyalists. Tanks burned. Artillery struck surrounding structures. The Lion did not roar challenges merely to satisfy pride. Angron supplied enough roaring for both of them. The Red Angel attacked with strength capable of reducing a battle tank to wreckage. The Lion defended, moved, yielded distance, and let his brother spend fury against the Emperor's shield. "Fight me!" Angron howled, Gorechild striking hard enough to send the Lion sliding backward through shattered metal. "I am," the Lion answered. "You simply never learned what that meant." Angron's immortality removed the fear of injury. It did not grant patience. Every moment spent fighting one opponent was a moment in which the nails and the god behind them demanded more blood. The Lion understood predatory creatures. He had spent his youth killing monsters larger than himself in forests where a single mistake meant death. He did not attempt to become stronger than Angron. He made Angron's strength predictable. Blow followed blow against the shield. The Lion gave ground into Wormwood's warped forests and industrial ruins. Angron followed, because not following would mean choosing restraint. That possibility had been carved out of him long ago. The opening lasted less than a heartbeat. It was enough. Angron committed his weight through another murderous strike. The Lion moved inside it, trapped the demon Primarch within the geometry of his own momentum, and brought the Emperor's shield down with all the strength remaining in him. The relic smashed into Angron's skull. Bone, horn, and demonic flesh collapsed beneath gold. Warp fire erupted from the wound. Angron's roar changed from rage into something deeper as the physical shell containing him lost cohesion. His body broke into flame, blood, and unreality, dragged screaming from the material realm and hurled back toward Khorne's domain. Cade saw loyalists stagger beneath the shock of survival. He killed him. No, Dreg said. The creature was destroyed. Banished. Cade watched the last of Angron's burning form vanish. And the difference? For a demon, time.
The Lion had won his duel. The Imperium had not won the campaign. While armies destroyed one another and Primarchs settled grievances older than the current civilization, Vashtor had reached the rock's ancient Tukulcha engine. The Archifane took what he required and returned to Wormwood. His key was complete. The dissonance engine awakened beneath the reconstructed corpse of Caliban, and reality began bending around the world. Imperial forces fought their way toward evacuation points, while structures twisted, distances changed, and silver light bled across the sky. Wormwood vanished into the wound it created, taking Vashtor and battered traitor forces with it. Abaddon had spent ships, warriors, and opportunities, and received what he wanted. The Lion had returned. Angron had been banished. Thousands of loyalists had died, proving their courage. None of it prevented the key from being forged. Somewhere beyond their reach, Vashtor began hunting for the lock. Before the Imperium could understand what that meant, the western stars filled with Tyranids. Hive Fleet Leviathan had never been destroyed. Earlier tendrils had been slowed, diverted, burned or trapped in wars of attrition, leading commanders to believe they understood the broad direction from which the greater threat approached. Then, new tendrils struck from the galactic west. The fourth. Tyrannic war began not with one decisive battle, but with reports arriving too quickly to reconcile. Systems disappeared. Astropathic choirs screamed of living fleets. Shadow in the warp phenomena cut planets away before the first organisms reached atmosphere. Guilliman's strategiums filled with a new mass of threat markers, while the Necron wars of the Pariah Nexus continued. Chaos forces remained active, and Imperium Nihilus still bled in darkness. The Primarch looked at the projections and understood that the galaxy no longer offered sequential crises. There would be no finishing one war before addressing another. The Tyranids fell upon the Western worlds as ecology turned into weaponry. Mycetic spores descended through anti-air fire by the tens of thousands. Gaunts came first because their lives cost the hive mind nothing that could not be eaten again later. Imperial firing lines killed them until gun barrels glowed and ammunition loaders worked with blood running from split fingers. The corpses accumulated into ramps. New gaunts climbed those ramps. Warriors moved behind them, synaptic control tightening the swarm into coordinated pressure. Bioartillery hurled living ammunition, whose impact released acids and organisms inside defensive positions. Winged creatures descended onto gun batteries. Carnifexes hit armored lines with enough force to turn battle tanks sideways. One guardsman emptied his las rifle into a gaunt, already missing its lower jaw. The creature struck him, opened his abdomen with one talon, and dragged intestines out in a steaming loop as it moved past. Minutes later, artillery killed both of them. Hours later, feeder organisms consumed both corpses. That was the Tyranid arithmetic. An Imperial soldier cost training, transport, equipment, food, and years. A gaunt was biomass temporarily shaped into claws. If the swarm recovered the battlefield, even its losses returned to the fleet. The Imperial response therefore depended upon rapid concentration of force. Soul Blades and other mobile formations drove toward threatened systems, striking at synapse nodes, hive ships, and vulnerable tendrils before the enemy could consume enough matter to become harder to stop. Space Marines hit critical targets, while guard armies held planetary fronts. Navy vessels fought biological ships that bled into vacuum and remained dangerous while dying. Victories existed. They simply did not reduce the number of other wars. Cade watched Guilliman's hololith change again. The Pariah Nexus still burned with green sigils. Imperium Nihilus remained fractured. Orc empires expanded where Imperial fleets had been withdrawn. Chaos Raiders exploited undefended routes. Leviathan devoured Western systems. Then Ultramar itself demanded another act of restoration. The 500 worlds, once the ordered realm Guilliman remembered, no longer existed as the unified dominion of the Great Crusade era. The Primarch, commanded their reclamation. Captain Demetrian Titus became one of the blades sent to accomplish it. The war awaiting him was not against frightened rebels. Necron legions moved through regions of Ultramar under Necrosor Amantar, a destroyer lord whose madness infected even other Necrons with the desire to annihilate organic life. Titus watched emerald weapons tear through a space marine position, while warriors advanced behind destroyers, moving with mechanical murder. "Concentrate on the destroyer elements," Titus ordered through the Vox. "Do not waste fire on bodies already entering reanimation. Break their momentum, mark their recovery nodes, and advance by squads. Ultramar is not surrendered because its enemy has forgotten how to die." Bolt rifles answered him. Necron metal shattered beneath disciplined volleys. Somewhere beyond the immediate battlefield, something ancient and homicidal turned its attention toward the captain. Nor was the maelstrom quiet. Huron Blackheart gathered the Red Corsairs around him and launched new raids into the Imperium's vulnerable underbelly. He did not need Abaddon's cosmic ambitions. Piracy, territory, plunder, vengeance, and power were reason enough. The tyrant of Badab had been half ruined by war and remade himself around the damage, the tyrant's claw replacing weakness with another weapon. Red Corsair ships emerged from the nightmare roots of the Maelstrom to strike worlds whose defenders had already been depleted for other fronts. The archive filled with wars until Cade could know.
Longer see the map beneath them. "The Imperium cannot fight all of this," he said. Dreg looked at the same burning galaxy. "It already is." Cade watched Titus advance into Necron fire. He watched Soul Blades race toward Tyrannid tendrils. He watched Huron's raiders descend upon worlds stripped of defenders. He watched the Lion disappear into the dark beyond the Great Rift, and Guilliman stand beneath a hololith whose every color represented another catastrophe. Vashtor hunted for his lock. Angron waited beyond reality for banishment to end. Leviathan fed. Zarek planned. Abaddon watched the long war mature. The Imperium had survived because every apocalypse had once seemed separated from the next by enough distance to endure. That mercy was gone. Now they were arriving together. Marius Cade searched for the present and discovered that the Imperium could no longer agree where the present was. The Blackstone archive beneath Terra offered him 11 contradictory chronologies before he had finished asking the question. One administratum reckoning placed an event decades apart from an astropathic transcription describing the same battle. A fleet chronicle measured its campaign according to subjective shipboard time and disagreed with the planetary records of every world the fleet had supposedly visited. Warp translation turned months into years and years into days. Systems isolated by the Cicatrix Maledictum maintained calendars that had drifted so badly that Imperial savants argued whether their dates represented error, local convention, or simple chronological impossibility. Cade dismissed another sequence and rubbed bloodshot eyes. There is no current year. Dreg stood opposite him beneath the green light of the archive. There is a current war. Cade looked across the galactic projection. That, at least, was undeniable. The era Indomitus had not brought mankind into a new age so much as torn every old war open simultaneously. Guilliman's Imperium still existed. Imperium Nihilus still suffered beyond the Great Rift. The Emperor still burned upon his throne. Humanity remained alive. Everything more precise became argument. Ultramar offered the closest thing the Imperium possessed to deliberate reconstruction. Guilliman had looked upon the scattered remnants of the realm he once governed and commanded his descendants to restore the 500 worlds. But reclamation proved merely another name for conquest, conducted over territory that history insisted already belonged to them. Captain Demetrian Titus fought within that campaign at the head of the Ultramarines' Second Company, and the Vespator front became another scar across a dominion famous for order. The enemy there had slept before Ultramar existed. Necrosor Amantar
carried the destroyer curse among the Necrons like a plague of murderous purpose, his presence driving even deathless machines toward the extermination of organic life. Titus watched Emerald Gorse fire erase an intercessor from the left side of his formation, ceramite peeling into luminous dust before the flesh beneath followed, and changed the firing pattern before the dead warrior's armor had finished collapsing. Destroyer elements first. Do not waste ammunition trying to kill what is already withdrawing for reanimation. Brother Helias, mark the command node. Second squad, advance under covering fire. Bolt rifles hammered in disciplined volleys. A Skorpek destroyer lost one limb, then another, and continued dragging itself forward on bladed appendages until concentrated fire shattered its torso. Titus did not call the engagement a victory. He asked how much ammunition remained, and which neighboring world had gone silent while they fought. That was what rebuilding meant in the 41st millennium. A world reclaimed created another frontier. A restored relay revealed 3 more distress calls. Administrators reopened a trade route and discovered Necron ships waiting at its far terminus. Gilliman could reorder maps, redistribute fleets, and restore governments, but he could not make the galaxy stop attacking long enough for civilization to heal. Every world brought back beneath the banner of Ultramar required troops to hold it, ships to supply it, and administrators to prevent the population from collapsing into rebellion or starvation. The 500 worlds were not being recovered from one enemy. They were being pulled piece by piece from 10,000 years of fragmentation, while Xenos, heretics, and ancient machines fought over every exposed seam. Cade watched Titus standing amid metallic corpses, already twitching toward reconstruction, and understood the bitter symmetry. The Ultramarines were trying to resurrect an empire while fighting an enemy for whom resurrection was battlefield routine. Elsewhere, the Maelstrom opened and released predators who had never pretended to be liberators. Huron Blackheart's Red Corsairs came out of the Nightmare region aboard vessels bearing stolen heraldry, scarred armor, and the accumulated plunder of centuries. They were renegades, pirates, and conquerors, bound less by devotion to one god than by the simple truth that the weak possessed things the strong could take. Huron understood that war did not need a cosmic philosophy if profit and power were sufficient. A merchant convoy, translating near the edge of Imperial space, received an unidentified distress signal moments before Red Corsair vessels emerged behind it. The convoy master ordered formation around the transports. Huron's raiders ignored the escorts at first and struck the fuel ships. "Break the legs before you cut the throat," the tyrant of Badab told his command crew. Boarding craft followed. The Corsairs took ammunition, fuel, navigational data, and prisoners useful enough to ransom or interrogate. What could not be stolen was burned. Huron watched another Imperial vessel rupture under lance fire and gave no prayer to the dark gods. Mark the surviving escorts. If they run, let them carry the story. Fear travels without fuel. The Red Corsairs were a wound at the Imperium's flank, but at the Eye of Terror, something far larger had begun moving. Cadia was dead, yet the Cadian Gate had not truly ceased resisting. Forge worlds, bastions, and surviving Imperial systems still obstructed the routes by which the hosts of chaos might grind toward Terror. Perturabo regarded that unfinished work with the patience of a being for whom 10,000 years had not diluted resentment. The demon Primarch of the Iron Warriors had spent millennia turning bitterness into architecture. His plan required the gate, and therefore the gate would be taken. The Reign of Iron began not with an uncontrolled charge, but with surveys, artillery calculations, siege lines, supply routes, and casualty projections. Warsmith Kravek Morn carried Perturabo's will into the campaign at the head of forces mortal and demonic, his war host advancing toward worlds such as Agrippina, while the Primarch's greater design remained deliberately beyond the understanding of almost everyone dying to accomplish it. Agrippina answered machinery with machinery. The Forge world's defense lines stretched across polluted plains beneath a sky made permanently dark by industry and bombardment. Skitari cohorts occupied trench systems measured according to firing efficiency rather than comfort. Artillery crawlers sat behind blast walls thick enough to survive near misses from weapons capable of leveling city blocks. Imperial knights strode between manufactorum towers, while Titan maniples moved farther behind them, each god engine surrounded by maintenance crews, ammunition columns, and chanting tech priests. Then the Iron Warriors began ranging shots. The first shell landed far short, the second struck closer, the third obliterated an observation bunker, the fourth walked into an artillery battery and turned 3 gun crews into a red fog containing pieces too small for recovery servitors to identify. Kravek Morn received the ranging data without satisfaction. Correct by 6 degrees. Increase interval between salvos. Their counter-battery systems are tracking repetition. An Iron Warrior beside him inclined his helm. The mortals request permission to assault. Morn studied the projection. Denied. Their corpses are more useful after the breach than before it. The bombardment continued until distance itself seemed made from explosions. Imperial guns answered. Basilisks and Mechanicus ordnance hurled shells into Iron Warrior positions already engineered to absorb them. Trenches vanished beneath geysers of dirt, metal, and liquefied bodies, only for reserve troops to occupy the crater line because a crater was merely another form of fortification. Demon engines came forward under smoke, defilers climbing across wreckage on articulated limbs, while weapons fused to corrupted chassis fired through the barrage. 1. Skitari cohort received the order to hold a transit causeway while armor withdrew behind them. They obeyed without complaint because much of what made complaint possible had been surgically removed. Galvanic fire struck advancing cultists. Radium weapons poisoned men who were already dying beneath Iron Warrior discipline. A traitor auxiliary lost both legs to a shell fragment and continued pulling himself through the mud because the overseer behind him shot anyone who stopped. A second blast removed the overseer, half the crawling man, and 11 others within the same instant. Neither side altered its calculations. Then the knights entered the killing ground. An Imperial engine accelerated through smoke, thermal cannon burning a hole through a demon vehicle large enough for molten armor to pour from the wound. The corrupted machine continued walking. A knight pilot felt warning runes ignite across his thrown mechanicum as return fire struck his ion shield. Omnissiah, receive the data of my wrath, he growled, driving his war machine forward. His Reaper chainsword struck the demon engine and tore through armor, cabling and flesh that should never have existed inside a machine. Black blood sprayed across the knight's leg. The demon engine screamed through its vox horns. Then, an Iron Warrior's Lascannon battery found the knight's weakened flank. Beams struck in sequence. One leg failed. The towering engine fell sideways into a Skitari formation, crushing warriors beneath tons of sacred armor before its reactor alarms began shrieking. Farther away, Titans fought like mobile disasters. A loyalist god engine fired through the ruins of an entire industrial district and struck a traitor Titan beyond visual range. Void shields burst in concentric flashes. The return volley crossed kilometers and tore through a manufactorum on its way to the target, killing workers who had never seen either engine. Infantry disappeared beneath battles conducted by machines too large to perceive them individually. Tank crews fired until recoil systems cracked and barrels glowed. Ammunition servitors dragged shells through blood because dead loaders could not be replaced quickly enough. Iron Warriors measured the destruction in meters gained. The Mechanicus measured it in production zones retained. Humans trapped between them became figures on 2 different ledgers. Cade watched thousands die over a fortified ridge and realized no hatred was required. Industry could butcher more efficiently than rage. Above the campaign hung Perturabo's intent. He did not need every Iron Warrior to understand it. They needed only to take the next wall. The Primarch, who had spent the Great Crusade reducing fortresses for an emperor he came to despise, now constructed a path toward that emperor's throne from the wreckage of imperial bastions. Agrippina still resisted. The remaining worlds of the Old Gate still fought. No final victory had yet closed the campaign, and that uncertainty made the war more terrible rather than less. The siege was happening now, in whatever meaning the word now retained. Somewhere beyond the archive, artillery might be firing while Cade watched its earlier barrages. "How long before Perturabo reaches Terra?" he asked. Dreg gave him a hard look. "If anyone gives you a precise answer to that question, execute him for incompetence or heresy." The archive shifted from iron-grey siege lines to ash storms and burning promethium. Armageddon appeared again. Cade had seen the world beneath Ghazghkul's previous wars, had watched generations of humans and orcs turn the industrial planet into a shrine to mutual slaughter. He had also read the death notices. Sebastian Yarrick had been gone long enough for the Imperium to begin converting the man into legend. Then, legend walked back onto the battlefield. His pursuit of Ghazghkul had carried him far from Armageddon and close enough to death that most of the Imperium accepted the conclusion without evidence. Yet Yarrick survived, old even by the extended standards granted to one of his rank, body diminished, while will remained iron. When he returned to the war world, exhausted soldiers stared at the power claw, the Baal eye, and the face orcs had feared long enough to make him part of their mythology. Yarrick did not greet them with promises of survival. "You have survived before," he told a formation of Armageddon Steel Legion troops, sheltering beneath a hive's outer defense works. "That proves only that the enemy has failed to kill you yet. Do not mistake memory for protection." Ash moved through the floodlights. Men stood straighter anyway. "The greenskin believes this world is his, because he has bled upon it. We have bled more. The greenskin believes he cannot be broken, because more of his kind always come. Then we will break those as well. You require no prophecy. You require ammunition, discipline, and the man beside you." Yarrick raised his claw toward the black horizon. "Armageddon stands until we do not." The first new storm belonged to Wazdaka Gutsmek. His speedwar hit the war world with engines roaring loud enough to compete with artillery, mobs of bikers and ramshackle vehicles tearing through ash wastes at speeds sane commanders would have considered tactically irresponsible. Sanity was not among the requirements of Orc Command. Wazdaka wanted war, speed, and eventually passage toward greater horizons. Armageddon offered all three. His vanguard struck Imperial positions before Ghazghkul's principal horde had fully arrived, and the planet's roads became killing grounds. "Faster, you grots!" Wazdaka bellowed, as his warbike hammered across shell craters trailing flame. An orc beside him lost control, struck the wreck of a chimera, and became a tumbling mass of green flesh and metal. Wazdaka laughed. "See, that's what happens when you slow down." Imperial autocannons opened fire. An orc bike disintegrated and sent its rider spinning into another vehicle. The collision crushed both beneath a following battle wagon. More greenskins came through the wreckage. Steel Legion chimeras answered with disciplined volleys, while Lehman Rust tanks fired from hull-down positions. Battle cannon shells opened holes in mobs wide enough to expose the road beneath, but every detonation appeared to encourage whatever survived. An orc with one arm hanging by strips of muscle climbed onto an Imperial transport and tried to force a grenade through the vision slit with his teeth. A lasbolt entered his eye. His skull opened across the hull. Another orc used the corpse as a handhold. The defenders began to understand what Armageddon had always known. Orcs were not humorous because they were harmless. They were horrifying because mass death entertained them. Yarrick's breakout from Hive Volcanus toward Hive Death Maya became the act that widened the war again. Wazdaka's forces attacked incessantly, yet the old commissar drove the surviving Imperial column toward the last astropathic choir still accessible to the Astra Militarum. Tanks burned dry of fuel and were abandoned after crews stripped their ammunition. Men slept inside moving transports because stopping meant encirclement. Wounded soldiers who could no longer travel were given weapons and left facing the direction from which the orcs would come. At Deathmire, astropaths finally sent the plea through the interference choking the world. Marneus Calgar heard it. The Lord of Macraga had been returning from battle against Tyranids in the Bastia subsector when Armageddon's call reached him. Calgar understood immediately that scattered heroics would merely provide Ghazghkull with isolated opponents to destroy. He drew forces from Indomitus' crusade fleet Sextus and called the Adeptus Astartes toward a single coordinated operation. Operation Imperator formed at Vos Prime as chapter after chapter contributed warriors. Ultramarines brought command discipline and logistical structure. Salamanders answered because Armageddon was a world upon which their blood had already been spilled, and its people were not abstractions to them. Black Templars came because the Orc remained an enemy of mankind, and therefore required no further justification. Space Wolves returned with the aggressive independence that had always made centralized commanders uneasy. Blood Angels honored ancient obligations. White Scars, Crimson Fists, and warriors from other chapters added their strength. Each carried the skull and dagger badge of Armageddon, while remaining unmistakably itself. Calgar did not attempt to make them identical. Common objective does not require common temperament, he told the assembled commanders. The Templars will prosecute their advance according to their crusade doctrine. The Wolves will exploit opportunities before the Strategium approves them, whether I permit it or not. A Space Wolf gave a low laugh. Calgar ignored him. The Salamanders will reinforce population centers where civilian survival remains strategically possible. Ultramarines will coordinate reserves and orbital response. We strike together where mass is required, and separately where your chapter's doctrine offers advantage. Ghazghkull wants a war large enough to draw every orc who can hear his name. We will give him one large enough to kill them. Thunderhawks descended through Armageddon's ash. Drop pods struck amid orc positions. Black Templars emerged into close combat with Chainswards already running, their vows transmitted across the Vox as bolter fire turned greenskins into dismembered heaps. Salamanders advanced behind flame weapons that transformed charging orcs into blackened shapes, still stumbling forward after eyes had cooked inside their sockets. Space Wolves crashed into mobs with the violence of packs striking prey, discipline expressed through instinct rather than parade ground geometry. Ultramarines established overlapping kill zones and moved armor through openings created by other chapters. Blood Angels descended from above with terrible speed. The Orcs answered with greater numbers, and still no one won. Hive Deathmire became another grinding siege, its districts divided between Orc and Imperial control, victories answered by counterattacks until the wider struggle settled into the kind of murderous draw Armageddon understood better than peace. Ghazghkull's war continued to swell. Operation Imperator continued to fight. Yarrick remained alive. That was the current truth, not a triumphant ending written after the guns fell silent. Cade looked back across the galactic projection. Agrippina burned beneath the rain of iron. Titus fought deathless killers across the 500 worlds. Huron raided from the Maelstrom. Leviathan consumed worlds from the galactic west. The Pariah Nexus strangled the warp, while Necron dynasties fought over a future they considered theirs by ancient right. Vashtor hunted for the lock his completed key was meant to open. The Lion moved through Imperium Nihilus beneath stars that could not reliably see the Astronomicon. Gilliman stood at the center of an empire whose wars multiplied faster than his victories. Abaddon remained beyond every single battlefield and within the logic connecting them, continuing a long war that had outlived countless generations of those defending against it. Cade finally understood why the Archive had refused him a date. A date implied a point upon a line. There was no line anymore. There were only fronts. Above him, the Emperor sat upon the golden throne. Thousands of years of sacrifice had reduced the distinction between ruler, prisoner, weapon, and god, until nobody living could say which remained true. Psychers continued arriving upon Terra. Souls continued burning. Perhaps the Emperor had become more powerful. Perhaps he was awakening in ways humanity could not safely comprehend. Perhaps 10,000 years of worship had made him into something the living Emperor would have despised. Whatever the truth, mankind survived beneath his light by feeding human beings into the machinery sustaining it. Beyond that light waited chaos. Khorne fed upon every trench where men and orcs hacked one another apart. Nurgle drank from every plague pit. Tzeentch nested inside every strategy built upon incomplete knowledge. Slaanesh whispered wherever pain, ambition, or sensation exceeded restraint. The gods did not need the Imperium to fall quickly. A galaxy at eternal war fed them perfectly well. Cade closed the archive. For the first time, darkness did not feel empty. How did the galaxy become this? Dreg asked, repeating the question with which the chronicle had begun. Cade thought of the Necrontyr beneath their murderous sun, of the Citan, of the Old Ones, of mankind's golden age and its machine wars, of the Emperor forcing Terra into unity, of Horus turning the Great Crusade upon itself, of Cadia breaking, of Gilliman awakening, of Armageddon, Agrippina, Leviathan, and the endless guns. Slowly, Cade said, and then all at once. Far above them, another sacrifice entered the Golden Throne. Far beyond Terra, artillery fired on Agrippina. On Armageddon, orcs roared beneath an ash-black sky, while space marines descended through fire. In Ultramar, Necrons rose again after being killed. In the west, Tyranid organisms fed. In the dark half of the Imperium, men prayed toward a light they could not see. The galaxy had been murdering itself for 60 million years, and called each new age different because the banners changed.